Please take your seats, and we will start in a second. So, welcome back, everybody. Welcome to the second day of the Climate Solutions Forum. It's glad to see so many of you here again. I see a few new faces, so for those who have not been here yesterday, welcome. We have translations today, and the channels are number 1 for Portuguese, number 4 for English, and number 16 for Spanish translations. So we will be using different languages throughout the day today. Well, I hope you all had a nice sleep, had a wonderful breakfast, and enjoyed our cocktail hour last night. I certainly did. I have the honor to recap the entire day of yesterday within the next 6 minutes. So I'm going to talk very fast. I'm going to drive our translators crazy. Just to come back to what we did yesterday. We had a very long day. We discussed in our high-level panels the G20 as a process, and that this is an opportunity for civil society and philanthropy and all actors and stakeholders to really engage in the process, because there is a certain need for speed and there's an urgency that we need, and we cannot wait for diplomatic channels to move fast enough, especially when we're looking at the climate crisis, at conflicts, at food insecurity, the kind of topics that we discussed yesterday. We also heard that we have to move forward when it comes to climate action in a very holistic way. We have to integrate mitigation and adaptation, resilience, and remember that all these transformations are around people and for the people. And we've made some progress in the last year when it came to the climate action conversation, so we're already moving into the right direction. We heard from Lucas Padilla from the city of Rio, how the cities play such a critical role in today's world, and especially when it comes to taking action for all pillars of sustainability, for economics, ecological questions, environment questions, and people and society. I'm very happy that throughout the day, many speakers and discussions picked up parts and some of our recommendations that we published at F20. So that really made my heart soar. So thank you very much for picking those up and really reinforcing our needs and our requests that we put into our recommendations. Then the conversation did a very deep dive into sustainable finance discussions. And it's really hard, of course, to summarize all of this, but I'm trying. One of the key messages that I took home with me was that we need to change the way we think about economics and economic planning in a more forward-looking way rather than looking back, because we do not know what risks we are running into, and it certainly does not have any historical data that we can rely on if we look at the climate crisis in particular. There's, again, a need for collaboration, especially between different stakeholder groups, public, private, philanthropic, to really build partnerships and think in a more transformative and systematic way also when it comes to financing. We heard some amazing case studies from some of our partners yesterday of what's already happening on the ground in Brazil and in Latin America. And I hope you get a chance, if you didn't yesterday, to engage with those speakers again today and learn more about their case studies and their successes. We heard from Ama Lee, who shared her story of how she's been working in sustainable finance for the last 24 years, if I do the maths right, and that we have had some successes, but we are celebrating the success of having finally reached the $1 billion climate commitment goal slightly late. So we're taking the successes as they come, but we have to push for way more when we come to sustainable finance and climate finance, especially if we're thinking about who needs access to this kind of finance. We have to make financial access more accessible, more equitable, and to really reach the people who need it on the ground. At the same time, we shall continue to push for a larger ambition when it comes to climate financing, also on a macroeconomic level. So really looking into the next half year, and as we move towards COP in Baku, which is not a transition COP, but is a finance COP. And this is where we need to really agree on the new collective quantified goal, a mouthful, NCQG, where the countries should, and here's Andres, thumbs up, that we should really make sure that our governments and our leaders are making an ambitious next step when it comes to climate financing. The second topic yesterday that we discussed and in very passionate conversations, and I loved it, was food security. We had some amazing speakers with us, also new perspectives for those of us working more in a sustainability and climate space, as we had Aaron Sikorsky give a keynote speech around the conflicts, the 3 Cs that we are facing and that we faced in the past, which was conflict, COVID, and climate crisis, and how they intersect and how they amplify each other. And so that we have to really make sure that we think in a more systematic way also when it comes to food questions. Food is affected by climate, food affects equality, food is an ecosystem that works across the entire world. So we had the professor yesterday here who explained to us how all the kinds of food production is really a global issue and how we have to put in pressure in different points around the world. We also learned that we have to pay attention and make a difference between food and nutrition, and that there is a difference, and it does come with a lot of inequalities and questions with who has access to food, what kind of food, is it healthy, and then the whole question around health and nutrition in addition to just providing food. And we also heard that, as I said, the food insecurity, food issues is not so much around the production of food itself. It's around production of healthy food, but also around the consumption patterns, about overproduction, about waste. So it's not, if we had the food well distributed, everybody would be happy, but at least they wouldn't go hungry. But it's still an issue that we have. We need to focus on better distribution of food and reducing food waste. And then lastly, we also heard that in the G20 process, in the G20 settings, in any multilateral settings, we have to make sure that we have better policies that are accessible and that are based on a more longer-term political thinking that is more sustainable and that has a certain leadership that thinks beyond the 3, 4, 5-year election cycles. That is why we need to see G20 as a process, and that is why we here in the room who are not elected politicians actually can make a difference, because we are, as Alice said at the very beginning yesterday, on the ground. We are here, we're doing the work. Right, and then last but not least, we had a strong call for more Global South leadership and inclusion, and so that discussions can be reclaimed by the Global South, and I think this is one of the key themes of this conversation that we're having this year. With that, I am concluding my remarks from yesterday, and I just want to have one more comment. As I announced yesterday, we have already around 30 children with us in the building. They're not in the room yet. And I just met them this morning. They are massively excited to be here with you. They learned a lot in the last week, and they were very happy to be here. And I told them that I will tell all of the adults in the room here that you have to listen to them. And it is a task for every adult in here to speak to at least one of these children once they join us and listen and hear them out and see what they need from us, because this is the future generation and we are working for a world that is better for them. And with that, I am giving the floor to Paula Ellinger, who will moderate our first content block around adaptation. She is, and I'm making sure I get the title right, Director for Climate Action at the Fundación Avina. And so I would like to invite Paula to the stage. She's right here. I'm looking in that direction. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming back today.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Bom dia para todos. Good day, good morning.
Good morning.
It's a real pleasure today to facilitate this session on adaptation. Today is June 5th, the World Environmental Day. I woke up with a message from my father saying it's a day to celebrate life. So I invite us all to take this spirit throughout the conversation as we talk about adaptation in a context where the impacts of climate change are evident, hitting strong and fast. We can't neglect with all the disastrous impacts in Rio Grande do Sul, in Brazil. And the urgency for anticipatory transformative action is here. It's getting higher on the agenda, but it's still very underfunded. There are numbers, estimates that suggest that only 5% of climate finance is going for adaptation, and that adaptation needs are 10 to 18 times bigger the amount of funds that are being directed now for this agenda. So this is part of the conversation we're going to have today, an important, urgent one, with a very diverse block, a very diverse session, very dynamic, and very Global South-driven. We're going to hear from different perspectives in different formats and different experiences from the Global South. First, we are going to have a storytelling session. Then we're going to have a keynote speech by the mayor of Francisco Morato, Renata Seni, who is here with us today. And then we are going to move to a fishbowl session where we have 4 amazing people with great experiences and ideas to share. But we're going to also have empty chairs, and we invite all of you to come, join, and bring your ideas, perspectives, questions to the conversation, because the idea is that we can make it as dynamic and fluid as adaptation should be. So with that, I have the pleasure to invite to the stage James Kahonge. He is a diplomatic writer at Power Shift Africa. He's based in Kenya. And he takes a storytelling approach that focuses on the human approach, highlighting the effects and solutions of climate change. James, please join us. This should be. And yes.
All right. Is it on?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. This lady here, let's call her Eugenie. She's a member of the indigenous groups of people from Cameroon. I met her last year. We were doing some documentation for adaptation stories in Africa. When I met her, I was afraid because she speaks French. She comes from the French-speaking part of the continent. I come from the English-speaking part. And she actually doesn't speak French. She speaks the local language. But I needed to interview her, get to hear what her story is, and document it. I was afraid she might not be able to articulate what her adaptation story is or what her climate experiences are. But to my shock, this woman tells her story better than anyone could possibly ever imagine. I managed to interview her, of course through a translator, and I can tell you for sure what we came up with was one of the most compelling stories, because she may not understand what climate change is, she may not even know what adaptation is, but every discussion we've had in this room for the last 2 days, she's lived through it, she's experienced it, and she understands it. She may not be able to articulate that. She may never even get an opportunity to come and sit in a room like this. But she knows her climate story. She understands her climate story, the experiences of her community, the generations before her, currently, and the generations to come. What this taught me is that we all have climate stories, and no one can claim to know our story or claim to tell it better than we can do. That is the story of Eugenie. Sometimes we tend to imagine, and I come from the civil society movement of Kenya. My name is James Kahonge, first of all. I'm a journalist and I'm a climate storyteller. I worked in the media for about 7 years before I joined the African climate movement. I work for a climate think tank based in Nairobi called Power Shift Africa. It's one of the civil society organizations that work in the areas of energy, adaptation, and others. We wanted to document stories from across Africa, just to talk to the people, get to understand their experiences, what their needs are, and that sort of thing. And we came up with this photo book, which is a collection of stories from different communities, because like everyone else, we just wanted something that we could present at COP28, but we decided to take the adaptation angle. So we keep talking about adaptation, but not so many people can articulate what adaptation really is. I mean, climate change is difficult for most people to articulate. Now you can imagine what it means to talk about adaptation. To most people, and I want to believe even in this room, it's not a very well understood concept because it's comprehensive and it has so many tentacles to it. You're talking about food security, you're talking about biodiversity, you're talking about environmental protection, water conservation, and such like areas. And all those fall under adaptation. Now, we decided to call the photo book Resurgence for a reason. But the way we wanted to tell this story, it was not the usual way where you go and interview people to share their agonies and their struggles on the front line of the climate crisis. We wanted to tell it differently by giving them a platform to talk about their story, but not just talk about their agonies, to tell us what interventions they've come up with in terms of conserving water, in terms of feeding their communities, and even in terms of protecting their biodiversity. Let me go slightly back to Eugenie. She lives in a forest somewhere in Cameroon, and for generations, this community has fed off wild fruits, berries, small game, and honey. So for her, that is what food means. So we decided to call the photo book Resurgence and just focus on what exactly are African communities doing in terms of boosting their food security, in terms of conserving their water and such like things. And there was a reason for that, because we felt sometimes when we make calls for climate finance, usually we will highlight the agonies and the struggles that people are going through. But that usually is not enough, because everyone is suffering from the effects of climate change. There are people all over the world who do not have enough food, people who do not have access to water, people who do not have access to healthcare. So how do you make a case for climate finance, for adaptation finance, by just highlighting the problem? So we decided we're not going to focus on just the problem. We are going to focus on some of the interventions that people have made, some of the solutions that they've come up with, and use that to highlight their limitations. Because in as much as people are growing their own food, in as much as people are conserving their water or even protecting their biodiversity, there are certain areas they are not able to cover. And therefore, we use that, highlighting the gap as a case or to call for climate finance, which brings me to framing. How we tell the adaptation story is very important, because we may gather here, talk about adaptation, talk about climate finance, talk about mitigation. But until we are able to build a solid narrative for that, then it becomes very difficult for us to be able to make a solid case. And I have a number of questions here. And the first question is, in terms of your messaging, in terms of your narrative, what positive stories are there? Are you telling people positive stories, or do you keep talking about the agonies, the struggles, the suffering? Because, I mean, there is a lot of suffering in the world. And I'm not belittling the suffering that people are going through, especially in the global south. I come from the global south. I understand what Kenyans and Africans are going through in terms of the climate crisis. But if we keep talking about the negative things, There is something in media language we call negative news fatigue. What negative news fatigue means is if you keep telling people about negative things, about disasters, about suffering and that sort of thing, it gets to a point they ask, so what? People have died from floods, people are facing starvation and that sort of thing. It gets to a point, they get used to that because it's part of the newsreel. So it is important to abandon that path. Fine, it's important to highlight the problems, but also tell people the positive stories. People are suffering from floods, but what are they doing? What are they doing in terms of building their resilience, in terms of boosting their adaptive capacity? That's very important, and it helps to build a solid narrative. Now, we talk about climate finance, we talk about mitigation, and these are not abstract terms, they are not abstract things, they're about people. So are you able to connect whatever it is you're discussing, like in a forum like this one here? Are we able to connect whatever we are discussing with experiences and context of real people? This morning we had a session about sports, and I just sat there asking myself, in terms of, sports is about people, and people enjoy sports, and that sort of thing. So if you're able to connect sports and the climate crisis, then you're able to capture the audience that is excited about sports. If you're able to capture engineering, for instance, talk about engineering and connect it to, climate change, then people who are excited, people who are enthusiastic about engineering, they're able to better understand whatever it is you're trying to tell. There are so many ways of telling the climate story, the adaptation story, the mitigation story. But there are also an almost inexhaustible list of different innovative ways you can tell the story. And you're talking about film here, you're talking about social media, you're talking about the different tools that we have. I was surprised last year after COP28, the Adaptation Brigade complained that the adaptation agenda was not sufficiently captured in the agenda of, of the summit. But I asked myself, if the agenda was not captured sufficiently, how many interviews did you offer to the media? To what extent did you talk about adaptation? And I'll tell you something about how the media works because I have that experience. I worked in the media. The media does not tell stories just for the sake of telling stories. They tell stories because either there is a shock factor, or if a subject is controversial, or something that will get people talking. So discussions and outcomes about fossil fuels and that sort of thing, that's what carried the day. And adaptation was, thrust to the back burner. For the simple reason, the media will talk about what people want to hear. So if the media is talking about what people want to hear, are you going to the media to engage them and talk to them about social media, about adaptation? Now, it's one thing to talk about adaptation, it's one thing to talk about mitigation, but until we connect what we are saying with very clear demands, and I want to believe, especially those of us who come from the global south, every time you're going to COP or a forum like this, right now the world is gathered in Bonn talking about finance and other things, and usually people will develop a number of demands and asks for that particular forum. So every conversation that we have, every discussion we have must have a very clear ask. Now, you will agree with me that for the last 2 days, words have been thrown in this room, mostly jargon, things that our lady here might not even make sense of. We represent people, real people, people who may never have an opportunity to come to forums like this. But the language that we use is not accessible. Every discussion in the climate discourse is centered around accessibility. But ask yourself, is the way we communicate accessible enough? Do we use abstract terms? Because I think jargon is the staple of climate conversations, which is very worrying. If you constantly find yourself having to explain to people including your family, what adaptation is, what mitigation is, what climate change is, or the work that you do, then there is a problem. And the problem is you're not communicating enough. The climate conversation started more than 30 years ago, but it's not until recently that people have started to pay attention. Why is that? Are we having a different set of disasters? Is it that there are now emerging issues? Well, I understand that the frequency and the magnitude of disasters has increased. But these things used to happen 30 years ago. But how come people didn't pay attention? It's because it was not communicated as aggressively and as enthusiastically as we are doing now. So communication has that power. Now, we have a responsibility to break the jargon that we use whenever we want to communicate. We are talking about real people. The majority of whom are your average person on the street who does not even understand what climate change is. And now they've recently introduced another one, which is, I constantly struggle to understand, NCQG, the new collective quantified goal. People still do not understand what climate finance is, and already we have something else that people might never even get to understand. So we must make whatever we do, the conversations that we have about the people, by communicating in the language they best understand. And by so doing, we become champions of adaptation or climate. That is football country. Where I come from, we are mostly athletes. We are known for marathons and that sort of thing, but this is Brazil, and they are known for football. Most of you will recognize that gentleman there, Vinicius. They won the Champions League the other day. And I want to believe they are football fans here. So how many of you talked about it on social media? I want to believe most of you tweeted about it. You've been discussing it in coffee shops, in pubs, and the different forums here. But ask yourself, are you talking about adaptation? Are you talking about climate change in those very forums with the same enthusiasm? If you're not, so who's going to do it? It's upon us to talk about the issues that are closest to our hearts. Because if you do not take it upon yourself to make people understand adaptation, to make people understand the concerns within their communities, then that's a big problem. And there are so many forums where we could talk about these things. Sometimes the media may not tell stories about adaptation. The media may not highlight the stories. You may never get an opportunity to interview for a story. But there are other platforms, and especially if you come from the free world. I come from the free world, and I want to believe most of you here come from the free world. We have social media, for instance. When I did this tweet last year, actually earlier this year, it was in January, I took a very simple subject of energy in the country, my country, Kenya, where 50% of the people live in darkness. But we are also known to have the highest potential for renewable energy. So the government invested in a renewable energy project by pumping billions of dollars into it. But then the project was mismanaged. So I decided to explain to the people because I saw it as my responsibility. The impressions, that's 500,000 people. And you can tell, it was a very successful tweet. So we have platforms. We may not get to interview with the media, but we have our own social media platforms where we can use to talk about adaptation, to talk about climate change. And sometimes the media will even gag whatever it is that you say. You want to talk about adaptation, the media will try and tone it down, especially if you're very radical, that sort of thing. But who is going to tone down your use of social media? No one. And I can tell you for sure, especially having worked in the media, social media is the most powerful tool to talk about the issues that we talk about, because that's where the conversations are. People no longer go to the media for news, people go to social media. So why can't we use that platform to tell stories? Because what we do, whether sitting here to discuss adaptation, climate change, the environment, that is to do 99% of the job. But to tell stories, to communicate, and communicate in a manner that is accessible to people, to talk in a language that people understand. That is to fit the final piece of the jigsaw. I think I'll end there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, James, for this wake-up call, for us all to talk and to speak about climate change and adaptation in real terms and as part of our real lives, because it is. Now I have the pleasure to invite to the stage Mayor Renata Seni. I will ask to turn to Portuguese to introduce her. Bem-vinda, Prefeita Renata Seni.
Welcome, Mayor Renata Seni, a mayor for Francisco Morato. Thank you for participating with us. The mayor has a strong leadership in climate change adaptation, which she's going to share with us today. Thank you.
Bom dia a todos e todas.
Good morning. It's great to be here with you, talking about my city and talking about my hometown and how we've been perceiving the adaptation strategies from local to global. We use some tools that are also crafted by the hands of my hometown. Let me introduce it to you. Francisco Morato is the last city in the metropolitan region. 64% of our population chooses Francisco Morato as their hometown. For many years, our city was called naturally to this perception as a dormitory city, because 64% of the population that chooses Francisco Morato is not even born in the state of São Paulo. This brings a huge diversity to the city in terms of resilience and culture and realities and perceptions from across Brazil. But it's also a city that back in the 80s had 30,000 residents, and now a 59-year-old city has 162,000 people living in it. We estimate it's a little higher due to the offer of services that we offer in the city, but we're going to consider the census. 54% of the population is comprised of women. It's the last city in the metropolitan region, and that also reflects the challenges of developing the metropolitan region that leaves the last city outside of its development. We're talking about the urban mesh and its capabilities that does not consider these cities as having potential economic value, because 47,000 people leave Francisco Morato every day to work in São Paulo, and they're the same people that are not able to set roots in the capital. So Francisco Morato is an embracing city. Having said that, I'd like to talk about the capacity of the people when it comes to development and culture, and everything that these people can offer to a city from the strategic perspective of designing the administration for the city. From a budget perspective, 60% of the population of Francisco Morato is not yet able to pay their taxes. And the municipality, they depend on the income transfer programs and also programs designed by governments that oftentimes do not cater to the needs of our territories. This leads us to design governance strategies constantly to cater to the needs of the population according to their reality. For that, I am in my second term as a mayor. During my first term, we created a logo, and this logo, we wanted to establish an accessible communication through it, as was said before, a communication that could connect the administration to the population. So in Francisco Morato, we designed it as a mosaic representing people from different places, different cultures. And the last letter is a homage to women. And we were inviting the population to design the plans for the city. We were then elected back then, and that's when we implemented the first participatory pluriannual experience in the city. We did it in the evenings and on weekends because we wanted to make sure that people would participate in the process, because of course if you do it during the work days, people are working. So we provoked the city and its inhabitants, and we had a big adherence from the community, and we designed the first government plan with the population, and we published the plan. We were able to consolidate the fact that 93% of what we agreed upon were executed. So with that, we perceived the city's capacity to talk about politics. And I agree with the speech with our colleague that says that this language has to be accessible to the population. But when we translated those messages into the document and we published it, we found out that the population was extremely politicized, and they responded to our provocation. So I was reelected with 87% of the valid votes of the city, which indicates that the population is extremely active, that's able to talk about public policy values and goals and everything that we designed for the city. In the second government, we designed a logo around the theme of sustainability. We're still a city that has to be developed, and we wanted to reflect this concept in the government's logo and everything that's related to collective design and participation and transparency. Having done that, it was not enough. We invited the public servants to understand what was agreed with the population. We then created a municipal committee to talk about sustainability. This committee is comprised exclusively by public servants so that these policies could become permanent policies in the city. And in Francisco Morato, also, we involved the representatives and implemented a law stating that every project in the city must meet the requirements of the 2030 agenda. We also created new municipal councils to make sure that the population would have a voice. And now we'll be reaching the number of 26 municipal councils next month in Francisco Morato. When it comes to the 2030 agenda, we invited the public servants to provide them with training and visibility of the demands. So that led to the creation of the Law 2030 Francisco Morato that's adapted to our municipality and to our participatory multi-annual plan and to our budget and to the realities of our city, because we were able to engage the inhabitants in order to come up with the personalized plan, not only for the entire city, but for each neighborhood in our city. We have two neighborhoods, for instance, Villa Switzerland, that's totally different from the neighborhood called Vassouras, for instance. If you go to Vassouras, you know that they have a higher number of solo mothers and girls involved in law conflicts and people that are at risk for violence. So if you do a single plan for the city, you're going to have a plan that's fully adapted to certain neighborhoods, but not adapted at all to other neighborhoods. So we studied each area of the city, and that led us to come up with a plan and create this Francisco Morato 2030 agenda, considering the best points of the global and urban agendas. UNESCO then acknowledged our work in that it involves not only people from all over Brazil, but from all over the world in Francisco Morato. So when we visited schools, for instance, we noticed that children at schools were coming from other places. And we started thinking about public policy models to welcome these children. One of these projects is done in a partnership with the University of São Paulo. We wanted our municipal schools to embrace these children, but also to acknowledge their languages and cultures. So we set up these lists with indicators with the country of origin of people coming from Francisco Morato. And once you start looking into their background, you understand why they come to our city. Talking about adaptation, Francisco Morato is a young city, being 59 years old. So people that cannot set roots in the capital city, they come to Francisco Morato. And due to the fact that it's the last city, in order for you to go to the next city, the closest city, Jundiaí, you would have to pay a more expensive bus fare. That demonstrates what the previous administrations were doing for people to remain in Francisco Morato. So historically, you see that our city is treated unfairly in that people are unable to choose other places to live. Our city is crossed by a railroad, the oldest railroad of São Paulo. There's this important historical background. So there are historical challenges imposed on Francisco Morato. These are some articles published about our city, and we noticed that there are mechanisms that are required if we want to protect people. This is the city center in 2022, if I'm not mistaken. And Francisco Morato, as I told you, is a very small city with a high population density. We're very good at shops and services and not big industries and families. Back in the 80s, they started settling in urban areas that were neglected by the public administration. And when you see a family in this situation, our studies indicate that they are solo mothers in a state of economic fragility, but also under the impacts of other factors, such as the fact that they cannot have a job, they can't leave the house because they know that the house can collapse. There's also mental health issues and general health issues at large. So risk is quite diverse here. So what strategies can we adopt for a family living in these conditions where in the next rains, they're going to be literally swallowed by these challenges? So we started thinking about actions around the pillars of implementation and mitigation, because, it's their house. If you tell them that they have to leave the house because they're at risk, there's a huge possibility that they won't leave the house. We know it from experience because it's the only safe, quote unquote, space they know. So we have to mitigate these damages and provide them with good answers. I always look at the second picture to see how we were able to protect these families. But these programs are not cheap. Making post-rain interventions is extremely costly, and we do not have clear financing when it comes to protection and damage mitigation, or if the risk is too high, to remove the families and offer them housing elsewhere. For instance, we have a pre and post occupancy experience. And we know that families don't like apartments because they have horses or dogs. They have their own background, and it leads them to like houses. So that led us to consider these aspects in our plan. We produced the first city plan around risk reduction, and being the first plan, we were lagging behind already because we didn't have any instruments before it. It's a new instrument, so we're talking about belated responses. We did a public hearing, and we saw very clearly what the risks were and what short, medium, and long-term interventions we could adopt to protect these families and to use the tools that we had, such as laws. The contingency plan, it's a very common plan. It's for quick response by the municipalities when faced with a problem. In our last experience, we were able to provide shelter to the families in 24 hours and also give responses to these families so that in up to 15 days, they could choose another place of their choice where they would find shelter after going through a situation. And there's also the adaptation and resilience against climate change plan. For that, we created a secretariat to deal with the subject, which is the Secretariat of Climate and Energy. The master plan of the municipality is a macro plan that is important in that it embraces the entire city as a whole. We also applied that to the master plan, these concepts to the master plan, considering social justice, race, gender. So the plan was no longer a dry plan and became much more focused on universal concepts and global concepts. We had several public hearings for the master plan with the participation of civil society and also the city representatives. We have a chapter dedicated to the social function of the city and property. These are mechanisms that we understand should be maintained in the city as public policies. This is one example of our sessions. And with goals, considering the importance of the 2030 agenda, its goals and objectives due to these actions, Francisco Morato was awarded the adaptation seal, and we were able to bring these important elements into these discussions. Francisco Morato, we also did georeferencing, and by doing monitoring, we noticed that Francisco Morato, 47% of its area is still green. So we were able to communicate that to the population and highlighting the importance that it is important to maintain these green areas. And also in these areas where the population is denser, that we had to bring more greenery into these areas because this city center, as you saw in the map, and we're going to see in the next slide, it's highly affected by rains and climate change. And we focus on that. This map is produced by the civil defense. There was rain, and we georeferenced it, and based on it, we were able to set up short, medium, and long-term plans, all based on risk perception. It's very common to have alerts, and we also have them, but we transform them into a program called Morato Protects You. In the first photo, we see the damages and the interventions that the region underwent and the recovery after the construction works.
Trazendo bastante segurança. Esse programa permitiu que a gente fizesse
This program allowed us to make adjustments to the budget and to receive resources to contain the high-risk areas, to provide greater security to these families. And we did that with the community, producing a map of routes and a map of security along with the inhabitants, with the population,
população que sabe que tem
because it is the population that knows that their neighbor, for instance, is at high risk because they have limitation, mobility limitation, for instance, and they know exactly the path of the water after a heavy rain. So we made this plan with the community and a citizens assembly, which was funded by Delibera. And we were able to grant the participation of several voices. We were able to fund the participation of people in this process. It was really pleasant for us to listen to them. And it's a strategic plan. They could listen or choose several different subjects, but they chose basic sanitation because in Francisco Morato, with almost 200,000 inhabitants, only 3% of our sewage network is treated because there's other administrators that operate with the municipal administration and that take care of the sewage network. And we created several social projects with the community, municipal laws that people could participate in, the designing process, thinking about sustainability and what we can do to approach it. And there's the sustainability trails, as we call them, the acknowledgement of our capacity to think about things collectively.
We have produced our reports on greenhouse gases. We have had a national front. I'm also part of the national front of mayors, both female and male mayors, to rethink the federal pact on this topic. We speak about the instruments of access of government and how the country is taking these actions according to each city and their territories. So I have presided this project, and now it is the Mayor Niterói presiding. It's very important to invest in collective action with universities, as we have in our city, offer experiences, and how we can constantly rethink actions to benefit people so that people have a good quality of life. We have now been inserted in the new growth acceleration program, getting finance for risk areas that have been planned for the municipality of Francisco Morato and the population for popular participation, planning legislative actions so that our action is going to be long-lasting, participation, strategic plan as a strategy. And with this model and through our partners who are located in Francisco Morato will help us, we understand that the 2030 agenda may be and can be an instrument for social change. Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry for taking so long. Thank you so much for hearing about Francisco Morato. Oh, thank you so much, Renata, for your fantastic presentation. And above all, your leadership and role model. We are going to have the fishbowl session, and if you want to ask her questions, you can take that opportunity.
For your attention for this very inspiring example. And I should also share that yesterday in the Chamber of Deputies in Brazil was approved a project of legislation for guidelines for local plans on adaptation, which is good progress for the country, but it's very good to see towns around the country to take leadership in adaptation. So now we're going to go for the last and hopefully very interactive part of our block. I would like to invite to the floor the speakers for this fishbowl, but again remind you that we're going to have empty chairs here on the stage, so that anyone who has a case to share, questions, reflections, insights, please feel free to join the stage at any minute and be part of this conversation. I know there are many people with very good stories to tell in the room, so just take the stage as you feel. To compose the table, I would like to invite Manavi Bakardwai, Senior Manager at the India Climate Collaborative, who is working on building key initiatives to support philanthropy and adaptation. Also, Anand Patwanda, he's professor in the School of Public Policy at the University of Maryland. He has been coordinating author for the IPCC and currently co-chair of the Science Committee of the World Adaptation Science Program and of the Adaptation Research Alliance. Also, Fabiana Mena, an anthropologist with 24 years of experience in local development in rural areas and indigenous communities. She lives in Argentina and is president of Gran Chaco Foundation and a Women 20 delegate. Wherever you want, take the seat. And Lucas Di Pietro, he has coordinated the climate adaptation strategy in Argentina as part of the Secretariat of Environment and Sustainable Development, and then as Director of Adaptation to Climate Change in the country for many years, and currently serves as the chair of the board of the Adaptation Fund. Thanks, Lucas, for joining. So we'll start the conversation, and again, we have free chairs here so that anyone can join. This is going to be trilingual round table, so speakers can speak in Portuguese, Spanish, or English. We have translation. If you need translation from Spanish to English or Portuguese, please look for the headsets in the entrance. So to start the conversation, we saw a very inspiring example of a municipality taking leadership on climate adaptation. We know it's urgent. We know that climate is changing at very fast pace and that adaptation needs to scale up, but it's underinvested. One of the key questions is, why is adaptation underfinanced? Why only 5% of climate finance goes to adaptation, and why are needs 10 to 18 times higher than what is currently financed? So, Anand, you have been looking at this issue for quite some time. I would like to invite you to reflect a bit on why is adaptation underfinanced and what are the bottlenecks for that.
Thank you very much, Paula, and real pleasure to be here, and especially after those two really inspiring interventions from James and from the Honorable Mayor. So I'd like to suggest maybe 4 reasons or issues for this underinvestment. The first actually goes back to something that Thelma mentioned yesterday in her remarks, and this is this adaptation versus mitigation dichotomy. The idea that emphasis on adaptation somehow means accepting defeat on mitigation. I really thought that we had put this behind us with Paris, but looks like maybe not. And regardless of what we may think about the feasibility of 1.5 or even the Paris goal, from a risk management perspective, it is very clear that we have to look at the full range of possible scenarios. And this is not something abstract for the future. This is something that is happening now. It is immediate. And so, to me, the idea of somehow still being locked in this dichotomy is really strange. But we have to get over that. And all of the arguments we hear on the mitigation side, that there is a closing window of opportunity, there is opportunity cost, is equally true on adaptation. We are building out infrastructure at an enormously rapid pace in the global south. and what is the resilience of this infrastructure, and what is the opportunity of increased resilience through this infrastructure. For example, what do we think of nature-based solutions in cities? And we saw examples of that just a little while ago. The second is another false dichotomy, which is this adaptation versus development dichotomy. What is adaptation and what is development? I understand that when it comes to multilateral climate finance, we may want to draw a bit of a distinction, but at the ground level, this distinction is moot. And in fact, it may be counterproductive to draw a very sharp distinction. So getting caught up in these definitional debates and insisting on, for example, very rigidly defined climate rationales may be one of the reasons why today, even when there is money, it doesn't flow quickly enough or easily enough to where it is really needed from climate funders like the GCF. The third issue is something that James brought up in his nice talk earlier today, which is the perception that what adaptation is confusing. We don't quite know what it is. It seems abstract. The uncertainty about the future may seem very daunting when even we are not sure about the sign of the change, not just the magnitude of the change. Will rainfall increase or decrease? So in such a situation, finding sort of no regrets or robust strategies might be a challenge. The fourth point is, I think, about the financing itself and being able to match, do the right match of the sources of finance with the returns of that investment. So adaptation generates both public and private benefits. Many of these benefits are in the form of avoided losses, which are future, which are uncertain. And it is a challenge how we can quantify or even monetize these avoided losses. It's a bit similar on the energy efficiency side, where investments in energy efficiency produce large returns, but they're in the form of savings, and you have to still pay for the upfront capital cost of that investment. And then my final point is maybe to challenge a little bit the question itself, which is that the reality is today that many households and firms are already spending their own money on adaptation and on absorbing the losses and damages that they are suffering. Right? So it's not that they are not spending. And they are incurring those greater private costs actually because of a lack of adequate public investment. So we are transferring costs from the public to the private. And the fact that adaptation and resilience are not adequately mainstreamed and considered in local investment and planning, which is why actually the initiatives and actions mentioned by the mayor are so commendable and remarkable. But I think the reality is that this private spending is already happening, and it is large, it is unmeasured, we don't actually even know what it is. So those I would sort of reflect are some of the reasons why we see this under financing. Thanks, Paula.
Thank you very much, Anand, for this very clear and important point, which I think raises a lot of reflections that will hopefully go deeper. Lucas, you have been sitting for 8 years, I think now, on the board of the Adaptation Fund and engaging with what it means to fund adaptation. What is your perception on what needs to change at the landscape level to have more finance for adaptation mobilized and deployed, and who are the stakeholders that need to become engaged and involved to enhance finance for adaptation? Puedes contestar en español, si quieres.
Thank you, Paula. And yes, I will switch to Spanish. Muchas gracias primero por la invitación. Es un placer estar en esta fantástica ciudad de Río y en Brasil.
It's a great pleasure to be here in Rio de Janeiro, in Brazil, in a year that is so relevant. Brazil is holding the presidency of the G20 and also will preside the Conference of the Parties number 30. And we are going to have a very important conference that is going to happen in Colombia. So this is a very important moment for these topics. And this helps me respond to your question, who needs to be involved to improve adaptation, especially the context adaptation, just as Anna just said, the answer is simple and complex at the same time. Everybody must be involved. When we speak about how translate the adaptation goals, thinking from a national perspective and going down to the local level, there is a huge number of stakeholders, starting with federal governments in non-industrialized countries that determine sustainable development policies, and in practice, they will be translated into local action. Recently, we saw an excellent example on how to translate the 2030 agenda, as well as agreements that have been signed as to risk reduction for disasters and how these goals can be translated. These goals are being negotiated and are advancing in the framework of the adaptation. We need to start thinking of specific adaptation indexes in order to measure the impact of adaptation measures. I agree with Anant. Sometimes this discussion is sometimes thinking between the difference between of adaptation and mitigation, but it's very important to bring more visibility to the aspect of adaptation. We should not be distracted from our focus. A good example is what we have seen just now. And then speaking about non-industrialized companies, now there is responsibility of industrialized countries that need to escalate finance. We know that there's a huge gap, it's a huge debt. The reports confirm this. So it's not just the global South countries that are dealing with this issue. There is a huge gap when you think of adaptation and mitigation. And there's also a lack of balance thinking of the various sectors involved. So there's a responsibility there too. We also have the climate funds. I am part of the adaptation fund, which is the only one specifically dedicated to adaptation, but we also have the climate fund among many other funds that today are discussing on how to improve access and effectiveness of action for climate adaptation. There's also an interesting issue that was mentioned in other presentations, the issue of access, how to simplify, how to make this more available to whatever stakeholders. This is not a simple process. We know that anybody working with this, any development bank, the World Bank, know exactly the difficulties between the various technical as well as language barriers for each case. I think academia also has an important role to play to understand what the impacts are, the options of adaptation. And as Anand has mentioned, we need to advance in adaptation knowledge and understand how this can help us save in future investments. This is very relevant, and non-governmental organization as well as philanthropy, which is another topic that's being tackled here. There is more of a distance. They have more freedom politically that allows them to innovate or at least test innovative solutions that sometimes when it comes to politics, sometimes this is concentrated with people with power. So we also need participative processes, including voices from people that don't have part of large groups. These are vulnerable community members that do not manage to participate in planning processes and decision-making processes. We need to make sure that these are not just an item in our checklist or somebody you're going to have a survey with, and that is not reflected in policies. This generates expectations and may generate also frustration. So this has to be a transparent, participative process. and we have to be very careful when we carry them out so that we guarantee the participation of people will be reflected, especially for those groups that don't have a voice or power to be heard. So these are my first comments. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Gracias, and thank you for bringing us this reflection on when it makes sense to differentiate what is finance for adaptation, what for do we differentiate that, and what are the different roles that different stakeholders have, and all of us have a role to play. We are in a forum convening different stakeholders and many from the philanthropic sector. So I would like to turn to Manavi to hear what is the catalytic role that the philanthropic sector can have to mobilize further funds for adaptation, and what's your experience on that in India?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. My name is Manavi, and I represent an organization called the India Climate Collaborative. We are an organization that's been set up to unlock climate philanthropy for India, and we have a core mandate to mobilize domestic climate philanthropy. And in the context of adaptation, I just wanted to really emphasize the need to create champions at a country and at a domestic and at a regional level from the philanthropic community, and why this is important. If we look at the global pie of philanthropy, less than 2%, a lot of you might already know the statistic, less than 2% of it goes to climate, and mostly to climate mitigation. And most of this funding is actually from the global north, but it's going to the global north. So there's barely any amount trickling into the global south. And an analogy that I really love, and I think it's very impactful, what does this 2% mean? It's the amount that Americans spend on Halloween decorations and Halloween celebrations every year. So that's how little climate philanthropy for mitigation is, and even less going to the global south. So there is a great opportunity for domestic and more regional philanthropists who have that on-ground understanding, have rich experience of engaging on so many other development-related issues, be it connected to health and livelihoods and education and so on, to really take on that leadership role. And just extending the point that you made, Anand, on the need to break the silos between mitigation and adaptation, I would also go so far to say that regional and domestic philanthropy has a role to play in really championing the resilience agenda and really kind of blending the mitigation agenda of the global north and the adaptation and resilience building agenda of the global south. And what we're also seeing in India is that traditional philanthropy, like in the case of Brazil, that's been working on typical challenges that we think of, health, education, and so on, are seeing the climate intersectionalities of their work. They're seeing that their work of decades on livelihoods and agriculture and so on today is being at risk because of climate change. So climate is also a risk on their investment portfolios. And increasingly, we're getting interest from large foundations in India to advise them on how to integrate the climate lens into their otherwise traditional development related portfolios. And the role that we play as the ICC in India is to provide this knowledge support and capacity building support to the funding community to make sure that maladaptation doesn't happen, right? Because we know, and again, I can share from the Indian context, there's this tendency to, with the SDGs, we've seen SDG washing happening, and we don't want to be in a situation where we're just climate washing any project as a resilience project or as an adaptation project. So there is a need to also build the capacity of funders to make sure that no maladaptation happens. I also want to share two concrete examples of how the ICC, through our funder network in India, are supporting adaptation efforts. And this is really across the spectrum. So on the one hand, it's the grassroots organizations that are the first responders when it comes to any crisis that happens that impacts vulnerable communities that need to be supported, that need to be strengthened, so that they are better equipped in order to support and provide that last mile support to the vulnerable communities. But on the other hand, we also need philanthropy to fill ecosystem gaps that can better help us make better informed decisions on adaptation planning and management. And in that context, I want to share an example of a data infrastructure that we've been supporting, and this has only been possible because of philanthropic funding. So very quickly on the grassroots organization piece, we are currently advising the design of a $10 million pooled fund, which is going to support 100 grassroots organizations over a period of 2 to 3 years. And these grassroots organizations are currently non-climate actors. And by that, I mean they're working in adjacent spaces, but they're not yet aware about the interlinkage of their work with climate, both in terms of how their work stands to be impacted by climate change, but also how some of their work is actually contributing to climate action. So they need support in terms of, their technical climate knowledge kind of capacity building, but they also need organizational development support. They need to be strengthened institutionally, because these are typically small grassroots organizations working in very remote geographies. And we've increasingly over the last few years also seen restrictions in the foreign funding, which was typically coming to support them on their development related work. There have been some challenges with sub-granting and so on. So our aim is to support these organizations by giving them small core support grants. So that's one concrete example. Another on the data side is, it's called the Climate Risk Atlas. It's something that the ICC seed funded, and I really want to call this out, that it was a concept note that was circulating in boxes in the development sector in India for a good 14 months. No one was picking it up. And the ICC came in and seed funded this initiative, took that risk, and over a period of 3.5 to 4 years, we've been able to, amplify that philanthropic funding from domestic philanthropy by 10 times. So that's really the catalytic power that, even a small grant towards a risky but very important initiative that helps address ecosystem gaps can play. The Climate Risk Atlas is a hyper-local, cloud-based platform that shows vulnerability data, climate vulnerability data, and not just historic data, but it also includes some future modeling of future risks. And this is really, really important because it's so difficult to predict what might happen in the future, right? And just to give you an example, we've observed that certain parts of the country which were earlier drought prone have become flood prone, and vice versa. So you can imagine how difficult it can be for authorities to engage in adaptation planning and management, because if you make investments based on addressing drought, but then the challenge then moves to addressing floods and you're not prepared for it, it can create a lot of chaos and confusion. So we actually need such data in real time, and that's what we're aiming to do through this Climate Risk Atlas. And even before it's been launched, it's going to launch later this year, we've been releasing different layers. So whether it's on heat, whether it's on monsoon variability and so on. And the three sectors that the Climate Risk Atlas is addressing are agriculture, industry, and infrastructure. And even before we've released the actual atlas, we've seen a lot of interest from subnational governments, from foundations, from bilaterals, from multilaterals, from ministries, from line departments. They're all waiting for this atlas to get released. And there are 3 subnational governments that have already used some of this data for key decision making, for their local adaptation planning and management. So I'm sure there's a use case for something like this in Brazil and in other parts of the global south. So I'd be happy to, exchange more on this later today.
Thank you. Thank you, Manav. It's really inspiring the work that you are doing and how you are using data and evidence to transversalize and to bring the climate perspective to portfolios with a catalytic impact. You highlighted the importance of data for that work and also the protagonists that are the grassroots organizations. And with that, I would like to turn to Fabiana, who has been working for several years, over 20 years, with grassroots organizations and leading some adaptation initiatives. So Fabiana, if you could share with us a bit of your experience of a real life example of, on one hand, how you're turning development projects into climate resilience initiatives with a climate perspectives, and how are you mobilizing funds from different sources for those purposes?
Thank you. No, voy a hablar en español también. Bueno, desde Fundación Gran Chaco, como dije,
Spanish. We have been working with this for some time. And the idea has always been to strengthen local actors in these territories. The region of Gran Chaco is an ecosystem. It's a very large territory. It's the second in Latin America, just after the Amazon. It's one of the most protected forests. When thinking of deforestation, we have a climate crisis. There's a lot of diversity, cultural diversity, and number of indigenous communities with their local language, but we also have structural problems. Argentina, Bolivia, and Paraguay, part of Brazil. And our challenge has always been to provide more visibility to this region. And we see here an opportunity not just to solve structural problems such as poverty, for example, but also the climate crisis, as well as working with climate solutions to solve these problems.
Saw the need to strengthen the local indigenous communities so that they had this voice that was mentioned that is lacking oftentimes. And also the fact that the communities are part of the solution, and we can find many of the solutions in themselves because of the historical way the ecosystem works. So to us, it was key to think about it from their perspective and to add other stakeholders in the region that's quite large, quite dispersed with the low population density, and it's districts of 4 countries that include the Gran Chaco did not have a budget for that. It was not visible. So that's why we created a network in Gran Chaco with many other stakeholders, because we saw that we couldn't simply think about what climate solutions we had. We had to involve the stakeholders and also those that had the conditions to establish a discussion with the states to implement these policies with the state and the international cooperation. From the Rede Chago, that was the main fact that allowed us to engage several types of resources and different resources, both national and international, and the private sector. We had companies like Samsung, Microsoft, and tech companies join us, and other stakeholders, because they found a diverse space there. We always used to say that we are not networks of friends. We want to generate networks between people that think differently and that have different knowledge bases and different capabilities. And that was important for us to have allies to reach out to these territories and implement more quickly and efficiently the interventions that were proposed. So there were many projects, but the climate agenda was one of the cross-sectional pillars. We cannot speak about a development agenda that does not involve the climate, because climate change involves everything we do. The different projects of climate change that we took forward in the territory. We had to investigate the specific knowledge that the community has about their territory and the climate solutions that they found over time. And at the same time, they also need a permanent dialogue with the academia and the investigators, because we need to systematize this knowledge to collect data and to measure and report data so that the countries and the national funds are involved, and so that we can tell exactly by how much we increased the conditions of the community to face these challenges. So from these discussions, we generated proposals, climate solutions, focusing on adaptation and reducing vulnerability, and always also focusing on reducing poverty and bringing economic activities produced in their territories into the other markets. So that's the ultimate vulnerability. Women, as was mentioned yesterday, women comprise 70% of the poor population of the world, and the poor are the most vulnerable to climate change. So it was hard to separate development agendas from the climate agenda. So what we did was we developed adaptive business models, as we call them, analyzing the different production chains of the region, generating an integrated model. Development integrated with reforestation, because not having tree coverage in a semi-arid region as Gran Chaco is one of the key aspects. So we had to involve agriculture and all of the activities that are able to generate a product that is at high demand in the market. So it's an integral model that when you study each chain, you can implement pilot programs, and we need to generate data, of course, to prove that it's being effective. And that's what we did. We wanted to intervene based on traditional knowledge and on data and on systematization to report not only what we're implementing, but also to be able to scale these things. And another central aspect is that our experience, once we developed the pilot programs and we started to investigate them, well, it's a long-term process. We need to keep on analyzing and collecting data. It's not like once you implement a pilot plan, you stop collecting data. You need to have strong data, of course, on which you can base yourself to face the future challenges. So we saw that a cross-sectional challenge was connectivity. We would have to connect all of the territories, but we were deeply secluded and isolated. So we added connectivity to our plans as an essential item. Before that, we had water. We still have water as an essential item. In Paraguay last year, we had a summit when we came to the conclusion that connectivity is like water. It's like a river. It connects everything. It has the same importance. So we set up a strategy at a national level with the participation of Brazil in all of the panels and with representatives. And 60% of Gran Chaco is in Argentina, and the rest in Bolivia, Paraguay, and most of the projects then were implemented in Argentina, Bolivia, and Paraguay. And we're able to connect more than 40 communities, 5,000 women, and that was a very important learning to us. We started the implementation process and acceleration of the policy with the by placing women up front and center. These communities were then connected under the leadership of women from the communal territories. and they allowed access by the community to an entirely new technology that allowed them to have a voice finally and to participate in everything that we were doing in digital inclusion and connect between themselves and to have this large scale perspective of each region, not only a sectorized perspective of each community, of each state, but with their participation, they were able to secure their participation in the climate change agenda. That's what we did. Thank you so much, Fabiana. It's incredible what you're doing. And thanks for reminding us of the importance to expand the capabilities of multiple actors for them to be protagonists and to integrate data about how the climate is changing and integrate them into our development agenda.
Now we get to the final and I think most rich part of the conversation, which is we have one, but we can have more. I can stand up to have more people integrating the conversation. So if you want to just come and sit and, or if you want to speak from where you are, reflections, questions, ideas, great. Thank you. Yeah, please. Also, Larissa, you're here. Please come. Vem, pode vir. Yes, yes.
Yeah, I hope it works, yeah. Extremely important, interesting what all you have said, and I think this debate has to be deepened, and it's very much for all of us that the Global South voices are heard on this in the countries, but also worldwide. I just want to widen the perspective that we are in so urgent times that we not only have to think about adaptation, but also about loss and damage. And I may say I'm an older man somehow. I have already attended COP1 in Berlin in 1995, and there we only had the topic mitigation. After some time, adaptation was a brand new issue. It took some time that everybody was clear about to do both mitigation and adaptation and finance and all these more complex issues we have now on the table. In the beginning, we spoke about climate change. Now we speak about the climate crisis, but I would say we are in the time of climate collapses. And we have it in Germany now, in the southern part of Germany with the flood there. You have a much more hard flood here in Brazil. You in Delhi and the neighborhood, you have these heat waves, extremely. And I am deep in the issue since many, many years. I never had thought it would come in such urgency where we are just now. So to combine it right, adaptation, loss and damage, I think it's a must. But what is your perspective on this?
Eu vou trocar para português, fazer um aviso. Bom dia,
Okay, I'm going to switch to Portuguese. Good morning, I'm Larissa Amorim. I am the executive coordinator of Casa Fluminense, which is an organization that's been operating for 10 years in the metropolitan region of Rio de Janeiro. And well, I'd like to share some experiences we've been having and also to endorse a few things that were touched upon today. I think that along with the adaptation discussion, we also need to talk about loss and damage, like you said, and how they reflect on our communities. We've been adopting a strategy focusing on, well, based on strengthening or how can we strengthen today collective movements, organizations, and territorial leaders that are now producing data, the data that we are seeking, this information matrix that we want to have to help us in the decision-making process. We have several groups that are being supported by funds, foundations, and philanthropies with special attention to local development. And they've been producing these data with us locally. They've been talking about the generation of data by the population to complete our efforts. I think this is another pillar that we have to give attention to. We've been discussing this since yesterday. I mean, what are the different strategies by which you can approach the climate funding? So we've been looking at this data, and we identified that today in the metropolitan area of Rio, we have more than 1 million houses at high risk for floods. 1 out of 5 houses are in this context in the metropolitan area. In the last 3 years, we can say, for instance, that there have been 3 million people affected. And we have had, over the last few years, loss and damage worth 500 million reais, or $100 million. So this data translates into the urgency of what we're talking about in these impacts. So with philanthropy and with an alignment with the philanthropy funds, I believe that we can produce technical support to strengthen the capabilities that we talked about, which are extremely necessary. And this is already happening in some areas. We just need more. So, for instance, we need to give support to movements in certain areas of Rio de Janeiro that are already mapping their areas to define where the higher risk areas are, showing municipal administrations that oftentimes do not have the financial capabilities that Francisco Morato, for instance, have. So communities and leaders have been making a difference, and they've been joining the debates, even technical debates. We've been setting up data monitoring panels to identify which plans do not exist or need to be updated to this adaptation. We're talking about sanitation, mobility, solid waste management. There is a series of tools and infrastructures where the states and municipalities are still lagging behind. So I believe, and I'd like to provoke this, we need to strengthen these groups and their visibility, because these groups are going to public hearings and decision-making forums, and they're demanding that these actions be implemented urgently. So that's what I wanted to share, and to say that in addition to that, we developed an agenda, a 2030 agenda for Rio for public policies, with a full chapter dedicated to proposals. So there is a group that's developing local agendas and public policies in these territories that we've been supporting. So leaderships and groups and movements are operating in all areas that we're discussing here, in proposals, in proposing information, producing information, data, visibility. But we need resources. We need to strengthen them so they can have the resources for us to make progress. Thank you.
We are going to turn the entire room into a fishbowl because luckily we have amazing experiences, ideas, and insights. Please, do you want to come? Pode falar daí.
Alô, tá funcionando? Tá. Bom dia, gente, tudo bem? Meu nome é Georgia, eu sou do Instituto Pro Comum.
Good morning. I'm Georgia from the Pro Common Institute. A lot's been said, so I'm just going to say the Institute is part of the Casa Fluminense and the Maré Network and Taboa, Instituto Baixada, and ECOM. We are part of the territory, the Alliance of Territories. I'd heard you speak about the funds that you're setting up in India, and we're doing similar things. The Alliance of Territories comprises 7 organizations that comprise almost all of the biomes in Brazil, and we support social movements and collective groups. And our intention is to set up this collective fund so that we can produce knowledge indicators and also exchange social technologies. We have several social technologies developed in the territories and that we support in the territories, like Casa Flu has its guidelines for climate justice. The Pro Comum, our group, has a series of initiatives that it's been supporting around climate change, and there are prototypes for public policies and initiatives that are undertaken by the individuals that are at the end of these chains and that suffer every day with these changes. So we have to think about what type of alliances and coalitions we've been supporting. We have the Common Coalition for the Climate, for instance, which is in line with what Fabiana mentioned about Chaco, but it encompasses a metropolitan area with 9 municipalities engaging the social movements, universities, and public power, and adding another layer, which is international cooperation. We're going to engage partners from Nigeria and Asia. I'd like to invite you for our event that will take place between June 19th and 22 in a cooperation with Nigeria. And what we see is that there's no longer such a thing as a climate agenda. Oh, you work with the climate? No, we work with the strengthening of possibilities and communities and life conditions. If you're working with social justice, it doesn't matter if they include climate change or not. We're talking about quality of when it comes to generating public policies. It's important that we see that the development goals are all interconnected. In the last meeting we had, for instance, we talked about the level of pollution and cars, and we involved the civil defense, traffic control. So how can we invest in our capacity to organize ourselves? That's what I mean. Organizing ourselves around governance is essential from the perspective of transforming the world into the world that we want. It's not only about thinking about how to leave this bad situation behind, but it's also about how to promote well-being and great life conditions. And those people that are working in the territories, they have many messages of hope to share with us. So I'd just like to invite you to please support the organizations and the social alliances we can work on things that will have an impact on public policies, but we also need resources. Thank you.
Taking the hook of sharing experiences, my name is Daniel Greenberg. I'm Executive Director of Grupo Mais Unidos. We are a Brazilian NGO created by the US government, an association of mostly American, but also Brazilian companies to make programs and do projects in Brazil related of education, employment, and conservancy of the Amazon forest. We have several projects in English for Black and Indigenous people, Academy for Women Entrepreneur, but I wanted to take the hook here to talk about our program on the Amazon region called Rede Amazônia Mais Conectada. It's a program funded by the US government where we are connecting 600 households with fast speed internet, notebooks, and a complete journey of education. Because as Fabiana said, connectivity in the Amazon is a big issue. We have one of the largest environmentals in the world. It's the size of a country, of a continent, and people are all spread in the rural area, people who are living there for 6, 7 generations, and they stay there. We visit the communities, and we have communities that are not yet connected by electricity. So electricity was invented 150, 160 years ago, and still today, we have a lot of people not connected by electricity in the Amazon region. So if we wait the same time, we'll take another 120, 130 years to these people to be connected to the internet. So we think it's very important to develop a project as we are doing to prove a model of economical development and sustainable development of the Amazon region throughout the connectivity. The distances are huge. I mean, people take hours to go to school, and so people are not provided with electricity, with internet, with education, with opportunities. They stay there, they hunt, they fish, they have a lot of resources, but they can't be connected and they are not available to develop themselves. So we're doing this project. So as a lot of people say here, we have a lot of money coming for the Amazon and to the Global South to work with projects of environmental and education. And you need to give more resources to NGOs that are doing and doing good projects so we can impact more people and help to keep the forest up with the people who are living in the Amazon region. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you. We have time for, I think, 2 more people to take the chair and continue this. Ok. Just 5
Oi, pessoal, bom dia. Muito obrigada pela oportunidade de dar uma
Morning.
contribuição.
Thanks for the opportunity to contribute. I'd like to deepen a subject that was mentioned in the first and second panels, which is language barrier. We talked about accessibility, communication, accessibility. Mr. James, in the beginning, talked about jargon. So I'm a professor. I'm Eloisa Fisher. I'm a communicator and professor specialized in a technique called simple language. I am sure that all of you in the audience are concerned about communicating and writing in an easy-to-understand way. That's our goal. On the other hand, climate change is an extremely complex subject. It involves legal terminology, scientific terminology, administrative terminology. You talked about the language barriers that are brought about by the papers, and it's an old problem, but it's not by chance that simple language is highly associated to the public innovation labs in Brazil. The way each one of you write is a territory where, each one of us, we have full agency on. We can choose. We make several choices when we're writing. And the simple language technique is a somewhat long technique. There is an ISO standard that's published about it. And I just wanted to leave you with 2 or 3 tips because they're simple, but we don't always employ them. For instance, let's pay attention to the size of our sentences, the sentences that we write, because the subject itself is already complex. So what we should try to do when we're writing is to reduce what language specialists call the language processing cost. People have to understand this sentence that you write, doing what we call syntax computing. Sometimes we write sentences that are written backwards. Sometimes we ourselves are reading reports and we have to go back to the beginning because the cell phone rang or because we got distracted. So we have to try to reduce the language processing cost when we're writing so that our readers can concentrate their cognition in the subject matter that we're trying to convey. So please pay attention to your sentence length. The simple language ISO says that we should try to write reasonably short sentences. And what is a reasonably short sentences? Well, not more than 30 words. 25 or 30 words. And of course, the number of words will never be an indicator because it all depends on how it's written and the syntax structure. Also, try to write the words in the right order and not in the reversed order. We should also be careful with what some language specialists call an addiction to passive language when we don't have to. And also remember that you're writing to somebody else. We try to write to ourselves. If I only have 2 more minutes, I usually teach my students. I've taught thousands of people, including public servants. I just like to propose an exercise. It takes 1 minute only. It is very hard to establish empathy with somebody. You call them the citizen, the client, the user. It is really hard to have that person in our minds. So I created something that I used to teach my students, and it works. I'm going to teach you now. Let me stand up. I'd like you to think about a person that you know. It could be a family member, somebody that you've worked with, but this person needs to be not much literate, very close to you, a dear person. They don't work with you currently because they know nothing about what you do. And mainly, it's a person that is very close to you. They're a close friend or a close relative, and they can tell you exactly when they can't understand what you're saying because people are ashamed to tell you that. So they should be too literate, as I said. They may have died already. It's somebody that you know, and that's dear to you. They don't know what you do, and they can tell you in your face when they can't understand you. So let's place them here, sitting on this chair. This is your dear person, and it is this person that you have to think about when you're writing a text. So let's envision your dear friend here. Whenever you're writing a paper, an email, or a WhatsApp message, think about them. It's this person that needs to understand you because oftentimes you are the only person that's able to analyze if you yourself can be understood. And well, the truth is, things are only accessible if they can be understood. The first paper that I was able to present when I was doing my master's was at Fluminense, Casa Fluminense, and my academic paper was called "It's Not Accessible Until You're Able to Understand It." So think about that person. And let's do this quick exercise. I'm going to tell you the name of my dear person, and you're going to repeat the name of your dear person. So, hello, Isa, I promise to empathize with you, Vera. So please repeat that after me. I, say your name, I promise to be empathetic to you, and the name of your dear friend, whenever I am trying to convey information.
So let's think about our dear friend. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much for your activity. This has been great to wrap up. There's so much to be said. It's not a coincidence that we're speaking about communication and language when we're speaking about adaptation. And when we say climate change is adaptation is a development agenda, it's an agenda for everyone. It's not a coincidence that these topics are part of this session. And now we're going to have the group of children who came here today to speak to us, as it was mentioned in the beginning. I hope we can be empathetic in our interaction with them. But before we wrap up and before we give the floor to the real future protagonist, I'd like to ask you to sit for a photo before we invite the children in.
Uma salva de palmas para todos.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hand together Our hands together. So everyone.
And we are going to receive the protagonists of the future.
So thank you so much to our wonderful panelists. And without further ado, I would like to invite Felix Finkbeiner to the stage. He is the founder of Plant for the Planet, who organized the children's component for us today. So Felix, over to you.
A couple of years ago, a group of NASA scientists studied the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere over the course of 1 year to see how it changes. We can see here what they came up with. Guess we hopefully will in just a second. What we're seeing here is how the concentration changes over the course of a year. We're in June now, entering summer. We're seeing how the concentration of the atmosphere, of CO2 in the atmosphere dips. But we're in September, in October, November, and as the winter begins in the northern half of Earth, the concentration in the atmosphere peaks again. And the reason we have such a strong seasonal effect of CO2 concentration in the atmosphere is because on the northern half of the Earth, our trees don't have leaves in winter, so they cannot photosynthesize, and therefore CO2 in the atmosphere spikes. And we can see the incredible power of our forests in driving our climate system. And one person who recognized this power of forests very early is our big hero, Wangari Maathai. She was a professor, the first female professor in Kenya. And in the 1970s, she started thinking that one of the most effective things she could do is inspire women in Kenya to plant trees. And she used tree planting as a tool for women's empowerment. Not only were they bringing back forests, but for many of the participants in her Greenbelt movement, they were earning the first income independent of their families. And so over the course of 30 years, she and her movement planted 30 million trees across Kenya and other East African countries. And she inspired many of us restoring forests around the world. I first heard about her during a small school project when I was 9 years old. I was supposed to give a little presentation about the climate crisis, and I was really worried about saving the polar bear. But I learned from her that tree planting can help address the climate crisis. So a few weeks later, we planted a first tree at the entrance of my school. A couple of other schools heard about this and planted some trees as well. And this is how Plant for the Planet started and slowly spread. Actually, just after that, we got contacted by someone from the Avina Foundation, who I'm sure some other members are here today. And they were amongst the first that helped us grow from just a very small school project to something slightly bigger. Since then, a lot has happened, and we're 16 years later, working in 5 main areas. One of the main parts of what we do today is try to restore and protect forests in southern Mexico, western Ghana, and southern Spain. In each one of these projects, obviously, the approach depends a lot on the ecosystem. In Mexico, we're mostly in a very remote area, so we get to restore large areas. In Ghana, we're in a very poor part of the country, so we're focusing particularly on marrying the environmental needs with direct positive impacts on the local community in terms of the species we're planting. And in Spain, we get to restore around cities. Here you can see one of the examples of the forests we're bringing back in southern Mexico. The second part of what we do today is we provide software tools for forest conservation and restoration. For instance, with our platform, small-scale community-led restoration efforts can showcase their work, and so over the years, 84 million trees have been funded through the platform. Or with Fire Alert, projects can get prompt, rapid notifications when a forest fire emerges inside or near their project and can rapidly address it. We've got a tool, Tracer, to help farmers ensure they comply with EU regulation on deforestation-free supply chains and more. And we also support the restoration movement with free advice, free ecological advice, and also work with our research partners to test effective forest restoration methods, guiding this advice. But the most important part we do at Plan for the Planet is continuing to empower young people so they can get involved in addressing the climate crisis. We do this mostly through our Plan for the Planet academies, where 10 to 14-year-olds learn about what the climate crisis is and what they can do themselves in their community to address it. And this is a peer-to-peer project. Kids learn from other kids what they can do. And then after those academies, our ambassadors, they start planting trees in their communities. They start giving presentations at their schools and other schools. They start talking to local companies, to their politicians, to their mayors in their cities, trying to convince them to take the climate crisis more seriously. Some speak in front of parliaments. 3 of our ambassadors have spoken in front of UN General Assemblies. Many have represented their countries at UN conferences and so on. But we're not here today to talk about kids, but rather to listen to kids, to listen to what their thoughts are about addressing the climate crisis, what their feelings are about the G20 summit. And we've had a big group of kids here from Rio spend the past few days sitting together, thinking about the climate crisis, about the challenges, and about the G20 summit. And they're here today to share their thoughts with us.
Oi, boa tarde. Oi, pessoal, meu
Good
nome é...
afternoon. Hello, my name is Arthur. I am 9 years old.
Somos 30 crianças.
We are 30 children
Justiça climática representando...
from Justice for the Climate, representing our planet,
Plantar para o planeta.
plant for the planet. Bruna now. We're here today because we were born in a decade and 3 crises: pollution, population, and climate crisis, a huge threat to our future. Here in Brazil, we feel this every day. The children at our school sometimes don't even manage to get to school because of this. Rain is good. However, sometimes it leads to lots of disasters. Animals are part of nature. Therefore, we need to protect them. So we are firm because we know there are ways of getting to climate justice to everyone. We started by planting trees and learning with other children. Today, we represent over 100 1,000 ambassadors for climate justice from Plant for the Planet. We have planted over 80 million trees. And we know that you're working on new solutions, and together we can achieve more. Today, our planet needs more respect with animals because we live with animals.
A natureza precisa.
Nature needs us. Nature needs to be well treated. Nature needs more trees to be planted. And now we're going to be speaking about survival and our food. The earth provides us with all the food we need and the opportunity for us to live. It's time to grow together. We are here in Brazil, one of the most beautiful ecosystems in the world, such as the rainforest, the Cerrado, as well as the Amazon. We ask you to help us expand protection and restoring ecosystems around the world through financing and support to our initiatives. And we want you to support training other children and young people to expand our ideas and share our ideas around the world to operate the change that our planet needs. Deforestation causes drought of rivers in the Amazon, as well as the floods in the southern part of Brazil, state of Rio Grande do Sul. We need to protect animals from forests. We need to protect our biomas. It was the trees that gave our country the name Brazil is a tree. We ask you to support a transition for a fossil fuel-free future. Stop deforestation until 2030. Invest in children and youngsters around the world and their learning, so we empower people from our neighborhoods and our cities. Sponsor recovery of the world's ecosystems. Give us space, recognize our voices, and include us in the decision-making process for the future of our planet. Thank you for having invited us to this event. Is this a great first step? We hope to keep walking hand in hand together. Our planet is strong.
Maybe, Alice, can you help me translate? Because of my Portuguese is awful. So thank you very much for your work and for your messages for us. And
Muito obrigada pelo trabalho de vocês e por todas as mensagens que vocês compartilharam conosco.
And we have a very important document for us that we call the recommendations to the world leaders. And I promise we will include all of your messages from your letter to a healthier planet in our recommendations, and we'll also carry your messages to the world leaders for you. Thank you very much. This is for you one more time. Yes, and so now that concludes the morning. We will now move to lunch. I would please ask everybody to leave, let the kids go first so they can eat. And then afterwards, we will have again, like yesterday, we will have side events at 1:15 in the 3 separate rooms. We will have, and I have to get my notes, a side event by our partners of Wings that are, hang on, give me a second. I'm so excited about the children. All right, so a side event by our partners of Wings called Philanthropy for Climate in this room right here at 1:15. We have a side event on Latin America for a just energy transition by FARN in room B, Ipanema. And then mobilizing the capital for sustainable economic pathways for the 3 basins by our partners at CLUA and Forest People Climate in room C, Copacabana at 1:15. And then lunch will be, and then after lunch at 1:15, and then we will continue here with the main program again at 2:30. So the program's online, and please enjoy your lunch and see you either at the side event rooms at 1:15 or back here at 2:30. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session, Philanthropy for Climate. It's great to see some people have settled in and are using the front seats, which is fantastic. We'll also give it a few moments for others to join us, but I think we'll get started given that we're on the clock. Before we get started, we have a very diverse panel. So if you didn't hear it before, we will be using the translation services. So we'll be speaking English, Spanish, and Portuguese. And if you're not fluent like me, then please make sure you've got your headsets with you. Welcome, everyone. I am Samira Mehra. I am the Collective Intelligence and Advocacy Director at WINGS. For those of you who may not know, WINGS is the global network and platform for philanthropy. It brings together over 220 organizations from across 58 countries. A big part of this network is networks themselves at the national, regional, and global level, and that helps us expand our reach to over 100,000 organizations working in philanthropy. The network is very diverse, so it also includes what we call philanthropy support organizations, so infrastructure organizations where they live and breathe philanthropy and giving, really looking at how we can make giving effective, efficient, impactful, grow giving, and really make sure that we can advocate for the conditions of philanthropy to thrive. So this includes research institutions, think tanks, online giving movements, donor advice funds, advisory firms, and lots more. And all these diverse actors come together behind unified mission and vision, which is really how do we unlock the potential of philanthropy to address root causes and issues. And one issue that we find ourselves talking about is climate. It is an existential issue. We have heard over the course of the past day and a half, and we also know it personally, that climate touches everything. It's showing up in different shapes, forms, impacting different places, and disproportionately impacting some populations more than others. It is a symptom, it's an existential crisis, and it's a shared challenge. Over the past day and a half, we've also heard that there is a need, an urgency, and potential for philanthropy to act. So this session really focuses on the how. It provides a pathway about how philanthropy can engage in climate, who needs to be involved, and what can we do about it. And at WINGS, we believe that these complex challenges, these complex systems, these shared challenges really require us to be part of a collaborative or alliances. I'm biased because I come from a network, but we believe that these alliances, these collaboratives, play a very important role in creating a multiplier effect to multiply the scale and the pace at which action is needed to address climate change. So with that in mind, the Philanthropy for Climate commitment is a global movement. It is a call to action to all foundations, irrespective of size, type, geography, focus, to really embrace and integrate a climate lens. It brings together climate and non-climate foundations. It brings together community foundations right up to global foundations. So if you think about Porticus, Lauris, Mercator, Fundación Avena, Peja Institute, and so many more. And there is a focus on making sure that we continue to diversify the foundations who are part of this journey. This commitment had a very participatory process in the making. It included about a task force of 40 organizations and experts from across the world to say, okay, what does this commitment really need to be about? And if I had to simplify it, it asks us to think about two things. An intersectional approach. So how does the climate emergency impact my work and vice versa? And secondly, a multi-pillar approach. What are the levers of change that I have access to as a foundation that can really help me create change? So this goes from grant making to governance. And we've mapped out 7 pillars or 7 levers of change: education, integration, endowments, assets, advocacy, influencing, transparency, and it helps provide a journey for climate action, because we realize that no one is going to go from 0 to 100, and it needs to be a process of change. So one of the unique aspects of the commitment is that it really focuses on accelerating philanthropic action not just on funding, but embracing it across all areas of work. Being in these conversations, some of the barriers that we hear about engaging on climate action are language, what to do, how to do it, and how to measure it. And the commitment, we try and do a few different things, and I'll mention a couple of them. One is around storytelling, and I know that there was a really great session this morning about narratives. How do we tell stories about how organizations are acting and creating change? And this is to learn about what failed, what didn't work, what is working, and to really inspire others. And also to feel like you're part of a community that's working in one direction. So the platform also helps provide connections, so interregional exchanges or cross-continental exchanges to learn from each other. There is also an emphasis on tools and frameworks. There are a number of climate experts who are developing these. How do we contextualize them? How do we make them available so people feel comfortable on either starting the journey or amplifying their efforts? And we recognize that there is no one-size-fits-all approach. And the last aspect that we're learning amongst the few that I'm sharing today is that for us, we really want to leverage the expertise, the commitment, the capacities of what we call philanthropy support organizations and the signatories. We believe that these organizations have a deep knowledge and understanding of the landscape, a deep understanding of what the priorities of philanthropy in the region are, what are the challenges that need to be overcome. They have the networks and they have the capital, social and political capital, to really multiply and amplify change. So I am very excited about the fact that I have a very exciting panel of these champions and allies who are really core to making this movement grow and thrive. And just to give you put this into context, the commitment started 5 years ago. To date, we have close to 800 signatories in 20 countries. 90% of those signatories are linked to a national commitment, which means it's a country-led commitment. So you can see the value that these champions have in really mobilizing action and taking it forward. Out of these 800 signatories, we have 39 signatories in the Latin America and Caribbean region. There is so much work that we know that is happening in the region. How do we make sure that we are bringing that to the global platforms? And so this is a discussion about understanding from a national and regional context. So I'm joined by a very fun and expert panel of champions, allies, and WINGS members. So I have Ana Maria Sanchez from SMEFI in Mexico. I have Laura Sanan from Fundación Avina, and their work focuses on the Latin American Caribbean region. I have Chia Lloreta, yes, excellent, from AFE in Colombia, and Ricardo Batista from GFE in Brazil. So I'm going to start off with a few questions to warm up, and depending on time, we may hopefully have some time for Q&A from you. So I'm going to go to Ana Maria first. Talking about climate is usually within the framework of so many other challenges that might be taking place in a country. Why has SMEFI prioritized climate in your strategy? What drove this decision, and why did you feel like the time was now?
Muchísimas gracias, Samira. Gracias a WINGS. Gracias por este espacio. Voy a hablar
Thank you so much, Samira. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to speak Spanish. I'm really pleased to be here. Why now? Why not? I believe that we're joining the discussion late, the discussion about climate change. SMEFI is a philanthropy organization. It enables, it deals with different stakeholders. We have a huge responsibility because of two important aspects. We work with companies that try to achieve business responses, civil organizations, societies, and I'm going to refer to concrete data. October 25th, 2023, what occurred in Mexico? There was a devastation of the coast of Guerrero, leaving 1 million people out of their homes. And what happened with that? Mexico was in a very risky place. It's the second place after India at a higher risk for climate catastrophes. So it's urgent for us to operate. And this requires not only that we join this discussion between adaptation and mitigation. So what happened with OTs? And here I refer to the question that you asked, Samira. Why is CMFE in this agenda? Because we work with 2,500 companies in Mexico, 1,200 civil organizations, and also with the environmental agenda, and also because it's environmental and social responsibility towards environmental justice and the interconnections that we have to make to work on a holistic agenda and an agenda that provides answers to the communities and the communities that are living at the peripheries, because the problems we have in urban areas is not the same as we have in indigenous communities, because there are advocates for the environment in Mexico that die or there are murdered every day because they advocate those things that we need to advocate, all of us. So we need to be in these spaces to discuss these high priority agendas that if we don't take seriously, we'll keep on destroying the planet. And that's why, and I'm sorry, I do not want to sound catastrophic. I want to give you hope because I think that this space is also a space of hope, a space where we can tell ourselves what we can do differently. And that's what I had. I'm going to give the floor to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ana Maria. So we're hearing catastrophes playing a massive role in pushing the agenda and the fact that different communities are being impacted differently. I'm going to come to Shia to understand whether some of what Ana Maria shared is resonating. Where does climate fit in the agenda for Colombia compared to other challenges? Is it a priority and does it matter from your perspective?
Bueno, buenas tardes a todos. Samira, muchas gracias.
Good afternoon, everybody. Samira, thank you. I want to thank Wings for this invitation. And I want to give you a little bit of context. The association that I represent comprises family and business foundations of Colombia with projects all over the country where the foundations on average were created between 30 and 40 years ago. They have a close relationship with the communities, and most foundations are in Colombia. They're foundations that are operators or mixed foundations that have their own programs, and they are understanding the needs of the communities they work with. And to answer the question, Samira's question, most of the foundations in Colombia work with education, generation of job positions, and then increasingly more with the rural areas. When I was invited by Wings to participate in this forum, I started looking for which foundations have initiatives or support initiatives around the climate. And much to my surprise, there are very few foundations in the organization that I direct with specific projects for the climate. However, when I started delving into the subject, I understood that many of them work with climate change. However, or they work with climate change related subjects, but they have not specifically put a label on it saying that, well, this is a climate related issue, because it is something that trespasses everything that they're doing. However, I think that it would be irresponsible for me to sit here without being critical. I believe that in Colombia, the foundations that will work with the climate issues are working in isolation. And it is a problem that due to its we spent 2 days here speaking about the challenges that we have as citizens of the world. and the need for us to start doing something immediately. So these are subjects that are seen as highly technical, highly complex, that are left for the experts to do something, and to those that have more tools and funds to work on them. And I think that, like Ana Maria said, this type of meeting, this type of conversation is one of the paths forward. And we have to think about the people that we can have an influence on. And leaders that we can involve in our countries. We cannot keep working in silos. We, from philanthropies, we have the responsibility to start participating in this agenda where, and okay, we have done things in a certain way so far, but we can't keep on working with them in the same way moving forward. Climate needs to impact everything that we do, regardless of where we work, in foundations or in rural developments. We have to work with this perspective from different sectors so that we can start contributing in a more positive way, and especially in a more vehement way. What we saw here is that in 1 or 2 years, we can come back here and show you, hopefully, a different panorama for philanthropies in Colombia. So it is something that we want to give importance to and raise it in the agenda. Thank you.
Thanks, Gia. And really, I think when we were having some discussions, we talked about how can this be a conversation starter. And I think one of the USPs of philanthropy is this role of being a bridge builder. And we need to build bridges even within the sector. So how do we have a more collective, unified voice? Because there is power in that. And how do we connect the dots of our own work? And then being a bridge builder across other sectors, private sector, governments, to really say, okay, where can we maximize our strengths and complementarities to do things differently? So on someone who's slightly ahead in the journey, I'm going to come to Ricardo from GFE. So GFE launched the Brazilian National Commitment, the first in the Global South, at COP last year, which is exciting news for us. And it started with 27 foundations, and it's grown already, which is fantastic. It's also more recently, Ricardo has been sharing their experience and their journey with new commitments. So the Arab Regional Commitment, which we're hoping our partners will launch at the next COP. So a lot of movement there, and thank you for already sharing your experiences. Initially, climate wasn't a priority, is my understanding, but that has shifted tremendously for GFE over the last year. What led to this shift, and what has it meant for you to launch this Brazilian commitment?
Obrigado, Samira. Obrigado, minhas pares de mesa.
Thanks, Samira. And I want to thank my peers as well. Thank the F20 for the putting this event together. Well, what changed was that we acknowledged several items on the agenda. First, because like she has said, we had a group of leading climate foundations that were working in isolation. And we had the mission of engaging more foundations into the climate agenda. And that was our challenge, how to engage with them without competing with their existing agendas, how to incorporate the climate agenda into their extraordinary line of work. That was the first major challenge, not burdening them with even more work and not competing with the work that they were already doing. And the second thing was for them to incorporate these criteria, seeing themselves as stakeholders involved in the commitment with the cause. So when we did that, first we connected Brazilian foundations with a more internationalized discussion. And secondly, we tried to understand how to integrate the climate criteria into their existing agenda, like health and the economy and so on and so forth. And we could only do that through collective work. It was through the mobilization of collective intelligence of Brazilian philanthropies, looking at experiences that we saw from our peers from international philanthropy, and with the support of international philanthropies, such as those from Canada, Spain, and others. added to the Brazilian leaders, such as the ICS, the Avena Foundation, and several others, that we promoted this discussion among Brazilian philanthropy leaders to understand why there was this difficulty in expanding this engagement to involve climate leaders. And if we ask them if climate change is an important subject, they're all going to say that it is an important subject, but we could be competing with them, so we didn't want that. We had this discussion with the Itaúsa Institute, and we understood, based on that discussion, what our specificities were as a country, and we understood that the philanthropy for climate movement required a contribution from the global south. And based on that, we set up the Brazilian commitment as an integral part to the international movement based on this existing experience of Brazilian philanthropies. And from that, we added our identity and our priorities, because if you look at the list of signatories of the international commitment, 90% of them are foundations from the global north. So there's something there that we would have to add to expand this engagement. And that's exactly our initial efforts, what they were. And they were not made by JF or any specific organization. It was a collective work of the Brazilian philanthropies. And we had 10 signatories in Brazil to the international commitment, and after a lot of effort, and many of them were climate champions, but we multiplied that number by 4. So what changed was collective engagement and the involvement of Brazilian philanthropy and its intelligence, and obviously recognizing the infrastructure partners such as Ouija's and a series of other organizations that were with us and that brought central contributions around issues discussed, such as social inequality, gender and race inequalities that the global south countries usually deal with more intensely. So that's what I think was fundamental.
Need to project more, but thanks, Ricardo. I think there's so many points you've mentioned, but I'll pick on a couple because we hear this a lot. With the commitment, the idea is not that foundations change their focus and become climate focused. The idea is, how do we understand that climate is impacting all of what we do? So if you're working on education and you're working on schools and increasing engagement of children, that's impacted by nutrition, that's impacted by food systems, that's impacted by climate. So how do we take that integrated lens? And we realize that sometimes it can be overwhelming. We're not all climate experts, but how do we translate and connect the dots? And the other important bit about having national commitments is exactly what Ricardo was saying. Having the identity and priorities of Brazil, for instance, impacting the global commitment. How do we make sure that this is not just a one-way street? It's a two-way dialogue to make sure that the voice, the innovations, the leadership that is coming from the Global South is being represented, talked about, and has a seat on the table. And on that note, I'm going to come to Laura from Avena Foundation. Avena Foundation is a signatory and a supporter of the Philanthropy for Climate initiative. You were saying that the work on climate has developed over a period of time. So why did Avena decide to become a signatory?
Ahora, sí. Thank you very much, Samira. Voy a cambiar también a español.
I'm going to switch to Spanish. Thank you so much for inviting us from the Avena Foundation. It is a pleasure to be here at this panel and to have this conversation at this forum, especially because we believe in the fundamental importance of philanthropy networks to have this type of conversation. We also work with Brazilian Wings and many of the international networks that we've been a member of since the beginning. The Avena Foundation is a Latin America foundation that works in the global south, not only in Latin America, but from Latin America, in the consultation of processes where there are gaps. And in this sense, the three big areas that we consider, and that in a conversation with the local stakeholders that we work with, the biggest gaps of collaboration are in democracy, the economy, and climate action in Latin America. That's why the Avena Foundation's been working with the climate agenda for over 20 years at different levels. And we have supported the strengthening of state agendas since the COP20 in Lima. We've been working with the strengthening of capacity of national and subnational stakeholders and the development of adaptation agendas and their determinations in different countries of the region, not only in the development, but also in the challenges related to the implementation. We've also been working with two of the biggest biomes. And this whole climate agenda, I'm just giving you some examples of what we've covered with our climate agenda. And up until 2019, in 2019, we reached a point where the whole society went to the streets with young leaders that were demanding greater responsibility. And that's when Avena decided to declare a situation of climate emergency and to internally review what its agenda should be like moving forward. And it was back then when we were also invited by Wings to join this movement that we did a lot of positive things. And the reason why we joined them was to answer two fundamental questions. The first one, the aspect of the cross-sectionality of these agendas. The work for so long with the climate agenda doesn't give you all the answers because effectively, like we're saying here, it's not related to a specific area, but rather to how the climate agenda would impact everything we did, everything we worked with in strengthening the civic space in Latin America, and also in strengthening the political leadership in the region. It would impact the contribution and development of new economic models and the incorporation of different stakeholders, especially private stakeholders, into the conversation. And that oftentimes you can't have these conversations by yourselves. You have to have them in collective spaces. And the Philanthropy for Climate Commitment it helped us understand the challenges that other similar organizations were having. The second reason that I want to highlight is the political importance. The political importance of taking responsibility as a philanthropy agent, but not from inside as a sector, but from the perspective of who we serve. It's not about us as the philanthropy sector, but rather it's about the communities and the stakeholders that philanthropy serves. And therefore, we would have to leave this perspective behind to move to a perspective where we could understand where it would be more strategic for us to intervene in, and what are all of the agendas and actors that have to connect with each other to really face the challenge that we are facing. And one thing that in the conversations that we have with the different foundations and the movements that I want to share is what does a climate foundation do? Why do we talk about climate foundations and foundations that try to incorporate the climate perspective? I mean, it's not about niche. We don't have this privilege of talking about niches. It's a common challenge that we have to face, and the value that the value of acceleration created by the global philanthropy movement and what it makes available to the foundations is huge to really be able to overcome these perspectives that were once limited.
Thank you, Laura. I think there are some of the points I'm just going to pick up. I think with Fundación Avena, one of the things that we have been talking about in terms of the mindset shifts that philanthropy needs to make is around that of being an enabler rather than an implementer. And I think Laura just spoke very well to that. How do you give up control and how do you be at the service of others, of other communities, of civil society, and even other sectors like government and private sector? And I think for us in this movement, we've seen that it's really important to have strong collaboration and partnerships. So even in terms of the signatories and the national commitment hosts, all of this mobilization of this collective action, of these conversation starters, of creating the space takes a lot of time, energy, and there's so much that can be done in terms of providing that space, leveraging the networks to make sure we're bringing others along the journey. And Fundación Avena also has a story, if you're interested in reading about their case study and how they've looked at climate, so that's also available. Ana Maria, listening to Laura and Ricardo especially, what potential do you see for leveraging philanthropy for climate as a catalyst for focusing on climate in Mexico? I know that recently you've been holding some workshops with other networks in Mexico to bring together foundations to talk about climate. What has the reaction been, and why has the collaboration with other networks also been important?
Gracias, Samira. Sí, dos cosas que quisiera mencionar antes de entrar a responder la pregunta. Esta crisis climática tiene dos dimensiones, la personal y la colectiva. Y me voy a asomar a la colectiva, que tiene que ver con el relacionamiento que hacemos con otros actores. Y en esta cuestión que hablabas de cómo nos hemos estado acercándonos, en México sí hay mucho trabajo de algunas organizaciones civiles que están ya en estas agendas desde hace tiempo, que están haciendo
relevant work
una cuestión política, no solamente social y política.
in advocacy, because this is also a political issue, not just a social issue. So we need to get involved in this political action and a commitment of the government. So we need to put pressure so that everyone will take the role needed. So it doesn't stay only in words. These workshops that we have organized, these dialogue spaces, had the purpose of identifying three issues that are very painful. On the one hand, we need more resources, especially south to south. We need philanthropy in Mexico, that we're not just organizations working with the climate. Each foundation has a specific role, but we need to be on the same page, aligned with our answers to climate change in education and foundations working in the health sector and other areas. So we need to mobilize resources. It's very important to strengthen technical capacity, not just, but we also need to be honest on how we can improve what we need to be driving and how we place ourselves in a position to become bridges between civil society organizations, foundations, and the private sector. We cannot continue to be working in one sector only. We have to work in between sectors. The dialogue between sectors needs to get to converging solutions. We may not agree on everything, but if we agree that there's urgency for action and climate issues that we're faced with very painful situations, with climate disasters that demand our action. And we also need to work with prevention. I'd also like to speak about the third aspect that has to do with connection with communities. We cannot talk about climate change without mentioning social justice. We need to consider race issues that are very closely related to climate issues. Everyone will know the best way to potentialize action promoting social justice, but also race and gender justice.
Waiting for the translation to finish. I am going to actually go straight to Chia next and ask you the same question. Given what you've heard, where do you see and do you see the potential for philanthropy climate to be a catalyst? But also, what is a challenge? What is a blocker that you think you might face?
Bueno, Samira, creo que Philanthropy for Climate es una oportunidad.
I think that philanthropy for climate is an opportunity. Being a signatory of a global agreement is a commitment that we want to embrace. All those who are here in this room today believe in collaborative work, the importance of learning with others. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. We have the experience of Brazil here, and that can be shown. The challenges are many, as you can see. We are delayed even compared to Mexico. And the challenge is how to have these topics be at the top of the agenda, what's happening in philanthropy in Colombia and what we can do beyond that. We also need to identify what programs, what initiatives, and the foundations that already have operated and what has to be improved to have a positive environmental impact. The challenge also of inviting not just the philanthropy sector, but other sectors to participate. This has to be a dialogue that is involving many sectors. We need to work with national governments, regional governments, but also take advantage of proximity that we have with foundation sector in Colombia, relationship with communities. And in the last 2 days, we have seen various speeches about the importance of providing voice to the communities. A lot of the solutions are at the community level and come from communities. So we need to be able to learn to listen, learn and potentialize community initiatives. So that is another challenge. I believe that in Colombia this year, we have an opportunity and we want to take advantage of this opportunity. It's been mentioned before. And of October, beginning of November, we're going to have COP in Colombia. We are going to speak about biodiversity. Colombia is the most biodiverse country in the world. It's a reason for pride. But it's a discussion that has not to be conducted only by heads of state. We in philanthropy, we need to conquer this space. We need to be included in the agenda. As we have seen what happened here, and Brazil has a lot to teach us. I believe this is a year of opportunities for Colombia. We need to strengthen ourselves internally, as Anna has put it really well, and strengthening not just foundations, but us as leaders in the sectors. So this is it. The challenges will then push us to push forward, and we want to learn with the others. And here we have two excellent examples. The Avina Foundation, we are going to continue to work closely with them, as well as JIF, which has been our partner in a number of issues. And we will continue to learn with this. And Wings, obviously, always. Wings, always.
That's great to hear. And actually, moving on and maybe getting another foundation perspective, I'd like to invite Marcio from Beja Institute, who is a signatory of the Brazilian National Commitment. If you'd like to come and join us on stage. It'd be great to get your perspective on why you decided to join and sign the commitment, and what did you expect as a non-climate foundation?
Bom, primeiro, obrigado pelo convite, Ricardo, Samira. Bom,
well, thank you so much for the invitation, Ricardo, Samira. Well, I have been there for 4 months, and Beja had already decided to be a signatory since last year, but I obviously think this is great. It makes a lot of sense. I think that I have the privilege in my organization to concentrate two units: advocacy and intelligence. So, and this is how we influence government policies. We have to recognize that we are faced with a number of existential crises. It's existential crisis. The way we think, our intelligence is at risk. With AI, we feel so much at risk. Given the crisis in democracies, the way we see and we are faced with differences, sectarian approaches to race and gender, to the elderly and the children. But the worst crisis we have today is the climate emergency, because it is our very survival as beings on this planet that is at risk. For me, it's interesting to have non-specialized climate organizations participating. Philanthropy needs to recognize that the way we formulate problems is also part of the problem. Philanthropy is also part of the problem. Philanthropy is not isolated somewhere in the world that will decide what problems will be resolved and how they will resolve. So it's very important to understand the way we formulate problems and a new vocabulary, new grammar. So we have a semantic agreement. So this is a role, a critical role for philanthropy to play. So not being specialized in climate. And another role in Beja, we have another debate, which is also critical. Climate change is recognized a direct product of environmental and cultural colonialism, slavery. If it's a product of that, when we look into the potential reparation policies, racial reparation is directly related to climate justice. Under the North-South perspective, whatever philanthropy, I'll give you an example. Beja today is financing a longevity lab, so the generational pyramid is going upside down. In 10 years, we're going to have a lot more elderly people than young people. So how are we going to have government policies that will allow for a healthier aging? How is the society going to prepare to live through this population aging? So I had a meeting at the Department of the Elderly. And when we look at the longevity map of Brazil, the longest living population is concentrated in the south of Brazil, particularly in the Rio Grande do Sul, precisely the one facing the worst possible tragedy, climate tragedy. So where are agendas going to be overlapping? I'm sorry to have been very long. I wouldn't look at climate change as a cross-cutting, but actually a core issue, dialoguing with all the various agendas, because it is our very survival which is at stake.
Thank you, Marcelo. I think you touched on many points, and I saw a lot of heads nodding as you were saying. One is, we hear these terms, polycrisis and metacrisis, but one of the things you've talked about is our own relationship to causing and being part of the problem. And how does philanthropy then itself need to transform to make sure that we're not adding to the root causes, or we're not just simply addressing symptoms? But Laura, I'm going to come to you next. Any reflections, but also how are you engaging with the community to further Avena's strategic priorities around climate?
Thank you very much, Samira. Voy a tomar la inspiración del compañero respecto de lo que acabas de comentar, porque
I am going to be inspired by my fellow panel member. It has to do, we have understood at the foundation that has to be placed in the philanthropic ecosystem. How can we look at this from a critical perspective to leave this space of doing philanthropy to feel good? We need to reflect the complexity at the Avena Foundation. We have this commitment, as Ricardo has mentioned before. We understood that there was lack of balance in participation of foundation from the global north and the global south. Participation, not when it comes to philanthropy, but also philanthropy in climate government policies. This is a good piece of news. The fact that increasingly there are more foundations participating in this process of our convention, the COPs, Conference of the Parties, and as philanthropy is a sector, how do we understand this? And how philanthropy can contribute. Last year, during the Conference of the Parties 28 in Dubai, together with Jeff Wings, with Latin Impact, as well as other institutions, we started a conversation on what does climate philanthropy mean in the global south? What are these agendas? What are these common messages that we all articulate that may and should be a guide for this conversation? We are here in a conversation driven by the G20 summit, and one of the central issues that we're bringing to Brazil is the global climate governments. We, as philanthropists, need to reflect on what governments, how are decisions taken, where, in what language are they taken? And when we speak about the climate agenda, when we speak about something that we cannot wait with, then this becomes even more pressing. So we need to understand what are the particularities of foundations, funds, and philanthropic organizations of the Global South. To understand this is to understand the proximity with local institutions' capacity to adaptation, analyzing the context, and see what the priorities are and how to articulate strategies. And then we need to move away from this role to be more effective. To wrap up, tomorrow we are going to have a space in which we are going to continue the reflection, because the group who started with this conversation has realized that there is huge appetite for continue to understand what the role of climate philanthropy will have, the global south will have in the climate agenda, and also understand how we understand, in fact, what are the various roles and spaces that can expand the discussion, as you said, not just to guide the philanthropy of the global north, but also to articulate when it comes to justice, distributing of distribution of funds. The examples of what we heard in the last 2 days, such as the example of India, are important examples for Latin America. Latin America is a region that doesn't have transnational donations. If we think of this region, we have to reflect and understand about this. If this climate agenda is uniting, it's joining us, then we need to work on it. This is what I had to say.
Thank you, Laura. I am conscious that we are almost at time, and whilst we won't have time for questions and answers, this is an open invitation. You know who we are. Please come and chat to us. I am going to end the note on with the speakers. One question to each of you, maybe one word or so, or a couple. This is a great political moment in the region. We have the G20, we have COP16, we have the BRICS meeting, we have COP30 coming up. What is a call to action for philanthropy in the region that you would like to leave the audience with? And we'll start with Ana Maria and go this way.
Una palabra, otra buzzword, pero se las dejo de tarea. Desarrollo regenerativo.
I think it's going to be regenerative development and creation of alliances. Commitment to sign this pact and have more Mexican action in this pact and be a more regional alliance, as we have done with so many other organizations such as GIST and the others. Thank you. Somehow, I have mentioned this in my previous talk, an urge, a call to go across the border, not just national borders, to think a more strategic way and rethink that this discussion is the development model and the scientific agenda. What kind of development model we want for societies? Well, a commitment with responsibility. It's not just what we declare in bringing the topic to the agenda, but to have a collaborative work. In Colombia, we have to do it, and with the help of experts, move on this commitment. I would only add the need to consider government policies, but also institutions that are being challenged to react to the challenges, not to forget the capacity of institutions and public institutions that can provide this kind of knowledge for us to face these challenges. Well, I believe that one thing, I think the G20 will leave and we stay behind. How do we look at who's left behind, and how can we appropriate all the intelligence, all the debates, and the recommendations that are coming out of here for our local action in the next few years?
Thank you so much to all our panelists, Ana Maria, Laura, Chia, Ricardo and Marcio, and to the audience for joining us in this discussion today. I think the one call to action is also just join us, have a conversation, and we look forward to doing more together. So thank you so much.
Coffee break is after the next session. I don't know, do you want me? Yes, please, come back. Come back, come back. Thank you. Can we please settle down? I am obviously a bad teacher. Okay, everybody please come back inside. Take your seats. We are continuing to the final content block of the forum. We're very, very excited to hand over to our hosts of the content block, GIFE in Portuguese, who are going to talk us and help us discuss the questions of inequality and the Sustainable Development Goals, to see how inequality affects the implementation of sustainable development in the 2030 Agenda. And without further ado, because we are already a little bit delayed, I would like to welcome now Cassio to the stage to welcome our first keynote speakers for the afternoon session.
Boa tarde. I'm going to speak in Portuguese because I'm
Good
Brazilian.
afternoon. I'm going to speak Portuguese because I'm Brazilian.
But I'm feeling like Paulistano, we call. But I was born here. So, but I'm going to speak in Portuguese, just taking time for those who use the headphone now. Muito bem. Boa tarde, eu sou Cássio França.
So, good afternoon. I'm Cássio França. I'm currently the Secretary General for GIFE, and I always think no one's required to know what GIFE is. So let me introduce it to you. It's a philanthropy association in Brazil. GIFE is comprised by 170 foundations, institutes, and funds and companies that invest on a voluntary basis 5 billion reais per year, $1 billion, which is the sum of the resources of the chief associates. We have institutes and associations from 4 profiles: corporate, family, independent, and companies. Brazilian organizations or international organizations that operate in Brazil can also be part of GIFE, like is the case with Ford Foundation, the Open Society, Avina, ICS. They're part of GIFE. So there's a mixture between domestic and international organizations. And these 5 billion reais per year are not in GIFE's bank account. Unfortunately, they're in the accounts of our associates, but this is the grand total. And it's up to GIFE to contribute so that these foundations have an even more qualified action. And in these 3 years, we have 3 subjects that are fundamental for the institutes and foundations from this country. Maybe if we were in a different country, we wouldn't be emphasizing this, but here, strengthening democracy, racial inequality, climate crisis, and have a philanthropic movement that gives even more support to civil organization societies and that donates even more, because a large amount of the resources of philanthropies are also applied to their own projects. And we believe that a democratic country requires a strong democratic society. And therefore, it's up to the philanthropy to also fund the NGOs. So these are the 4 pillars GIFE invites its associates to focus on. Having said that, I'm the least important person today on stage because we're going to have 2 people that have covered a spectacular trajectory. We are very happy about our partnership with Avina F20 and ICS in doing this, but we joined this project saying that it is absolutely impossible, even though our partners also knew that, to talk about climate crisis without talking about inequalities. It's a central aspect. And there was something very interesting that was said yesterday, that sustainability does not jive with inequality. Our associates that deal with education say that we will not have a public education of high quality in our country without the levels of inequality that we currently have. Either we'll solve the problem of inequality in our country, or we won't be able to do what we want to do in other fronts. So having said that, it's up to this last panel to emphasize the perversity of environmental racism and to speak about environmental racism and how to overcome it. I would like to invite two brilliant speakers. So I'd like to invite Roberta, which is probably somewhere here. And Roberta is the Vice Minister of the Minister of Racial Equality. In Brazil, this position is called an Executive Secretary. And she's the youngest Vice Minister of Brazil. Also invites Viviana Santiago. She's the Executive Secretary of Oxfam in Brazil. I was young once. This is a woman with an incredible story that will talk about her trajectory, and now she's in a position that we consider very special. And not by chance, this panel has a governmental actress, a player from civil society, because we also consider these two sectors as fundamental to fight inequality. So thank you to both of you for being here. So let me tell you how we're going to work. I'm going to ask them a first question, a common question, and then I'm going to ask a second question, more specific to each one of them. And then we'll ask a third common question and some final comments talking about the role of philanthropy in this scenario. So, this was given to me by my dear colleague, Gabriela, and I know how to deal it more or less, so please disregard. Roberta, let's start with you. I'd like you to introduce yourself, in addition to being our Vice Minister, very proudly so. But one first provocation to both of you is about the central subject of this panel. I'd like you to talk about how environmental racism has been linked to your main projects and what is your focus on it. I'd like you to talk about how to define the subject matter. So it's great to be able to hear the perspective of both of you. And first, I'll give the floor to Roberta, please. Good afternoon. I want to thank Cassio for the generous presentation, especially for comparing us to two big football players, Marta and Vinny Jr. It was an honor. We don't know who would be which. So anyway.
Acho que para trazer, vou fazer então uma breve apresentação. Eu me chamo Roberto Eugênio.
So I'm called Roberto Eugenio. I am currently the Executive Secretary at the Ministry of Racial Equality. Also want to greet my colleagues Marceli, Ana Carolina, Ana Luisa, and Catarina. And to give you an overview, I come from civil society. I was a lawyer for human rights organizations, and I was the co-director of an organization called the Al Jazeera Institute that also deals with this agenda. And I'm currently an executive secretary at the Ministry of Racial Equality. I might be the youngest executive secretary of Brazil. I don't know. But I think that this ministry, it brings about a series of new important perspectives for the social political debate in Brazil. Firstly, because 20 years after institutionalizing or implementing the racial equality policies by the federal government, CEPIR was founded in 2003, and after 20 years, and after a long period of going backwards, we saw the recreation of a federal level structure working with policies for racial equality in Brazil, now with a ministry and a budget. Unfortunately, it's not the biggest budget of Brazilian ministries, even though it is a ministry that works to promote political and social development of Brazil through the reduction of racial, but not only racial inequalities. And well, to your point, and before I give the floor to my co-panelist, I'd like to share with you the fact that when we were setting up the ministry and defining the priorities, the milestones, and how to organize our activities, knowing that we would have scarce resources, and at the same time that we'd be faced with the urgency of climate change and environmental justice, we defined that this agenda would be a focal point in the ministry. The Ministry of Racial Equality is structured and is split into three secretariats. The anti-racism secretariat, another secretariat for indigenous and African descent people, and the racial equality secretariat. In all secretariats, there are actions revolving around the fight against or the fight for environmental justice, but more specifically in the Secretariat for Policies for the Quilombolas and indigenous peoples, based on the facts that promoting the rights of these populations is closely related to the preservation of the environment and the appreciation of these actions as measures that contribute to the adaptation and mitigation. In March 2023, we launched or relaunched a program called Quilombo Brazil, based on which we started to develop policies for the Quilombola populations, and also the national plan for the organization of the Quilombola population in Brazil, the PNG-TEC. I'm focusing on that because this is an urgent discussion, and to us, with the tragedy that occurred in the south of Brazil, it became evident that we have to strengthen the autonomy and a promotion of rights for the Quilombola populations. And I'm talking about the Quilombola populations, but we work with traditional populations as a whole in a partnership with the Ministry of Agrarian Development and the Ministry of Environment, the MPI. So at the ministry,
o desenvolvimento dessas políticas estruturais, ele não é algo que contribui apenas para
our ministry, the development of these structural policies does not contribute only to the strengthening of these traditional populations. It is also a process whereby we educate people by giving focus, central focus to this subject. We were present at the last COP through our secretariat, and once again, we noticed which players would not participate in the discussions about climate solutions and how of things related to the defense of the territory and the protection of activists, climate activists, environmental activists of these populations. It was not part of the discussion. Last year, we saw the murder of Bernadette, a Quilombola leader that was murdered brutally murdered, which is unfortunately nothing new in Brazil. And this is a discussion about access and protection of the right to land. So it is of central importance to us at the ministry that the defense of territories is also incorporated as an important agenda when we discuss environmental justice in Brazil. Also, the defending leaderships and these populations should be included in this discussion. And to wrap up, I've been saying this, and I think that this is closely related to the subject, that the promotion of policies for racial equality requires the same assets as the promotion of any other type of policy. It requires resources, people, and structure. And it might sound obvious, but when we talk about agendas that promote rights to the vulnerable majorities in Brazil, this is not obvious. We believe that promoting policies for historically vulnerable groups involves contributing to the cause on a voluntary basis, and we have to donate our time and resources, but that is not the case. We have to discuss how climate funding and how climate change requires funding that involves and brings these groups to the center of the discussion as stakeholders that need not only to be listened to, but also be supported, as well as be part of the panels and decision-making processes. The Ministry of Racial Equality was reconstructed in 2023, and it still needs lots of years with more structure and more funds to advance. And I'll wrap up by saying that Secretary Ronaldo, who is the secretary of the agendas for the Quilombola populations, he keeps saying that the land ownership policy is a $1 billion policy, not $1 million policy. And we have scarce resources for that in Brazil, for the Quilombola lands. Well, I want to share that with you because it's not about me. It's not about our ministry. It's a central discussion for this agenda and for all decision makers in the room. Thank you.
Roberta já inicia fazendo essa
Thank
conexão, né?
you very much. Roberta starts with a connection. There's no government policy without a budget. If you want to have your results achieved, we also need to have enough financial resources or a budget. I am going to ask a question which is not going to be answered by Roberta now. When she spoke about environmental racism, she immediately spoke about environmental justice. So I'd like to explore this connection. Viviana. Instead of Vivi, I'll be more formal. Viviana, I'd like to hear your perspective from Oxfam to elaborate on what I just mentioned and to share how Oxfam has been working on environmental racism. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here in this conversation. My accent is a giveaway. I am from the Northeast, Recife. And I will continue to express myself as a person from the Northeast, as a woman, as a Black woman, as a mother, as a professor. Those who know me know that I play a role of a surviving a patriarchal, racist, colonial society. Till very recently, I was not considered as a person. People questioned if I had a soul. So I'd like to remind that we have a lot to do when it comes to justice and racial justice. We need to talk about reparation. We need to include a perspective of reparation when we speak about the past, but also when we speak about the present. I am from an African religion. I am a professor, and I have been working throughout my life in what is combating inequalities. I have a background in education, but also international cooperation, especially from children's association organizations, and I built my trajectory near social movements, feminist movements, as well as Black women's movements. I'd like to say that very separately so that we understand that not everything that appears is what it appears. Struggle don't address all issues. In Brazil, we need to place the racial issue at the core. We are Black people, although we did not create racism, we are the ones that place the racial issue in the core when we create the definition of racial justice, when we need to address what is environmental racism. Because it's easy for people in a colonial society to forget that the racial perspective is what has founded this country, but it's very common on the alibi that we are creating policies for everyone. We are left behind because everyone is white people. We are not part of that everyone. The day of Black awareness. No, we're all, well, no, you shouldn't say that. We're all human. No, I'm not saying I'm not human because I'm Black, but usually when I speak about Black Conscious Day, it seems that I am thinking I'm not a human because humans are so white. So you cannot speak about the rights of children and adolescents thinking that racism starts at infancy. So Black women are more impacted not just by sexism, but they suffer from sexism as well as racism. when you think about the environmental perspective, then it's really food for thought. So everything is together and all mixed up, but it's not all the same thing. We have to understand that tragedies, by speaking about the content that's very recent to us in Brazil, the disaster, the social, environmental disasters, it's not just an environmental disaster because nature does not produce disaster. We produce that. It is a social environmental disaster. It's not a democratic institution affecting everyone the same way, as if this was a fairy tale. In a reality where there is a lot of inequality, this inequality gets worse with the disaster. So what is structuring inequality in Brazil is racism. Poverty includes race, vulnerability, disease includes race, homeless people includes race. So what is structuring inequality? And then what I need to say, what's critical for Oxfam, we're not talking about poverty, we're talking about inequality. Because when we look from the inequality perspective, we are talking to people who are here. I am not going to speak about poverty anymore because the problem in Brazil is not poverty. It's accumulation. It's not distributing. It is not taxing large fortunes. If we add a half percentage for super rich, we would have the budget to do whatever we wanted in adaptation, in energy transition, just energy transition, and feminist and just transition that will not continue to impact Black women and poor people. So Oxfam has been working on articulating the racial issue with inequality, with the environmental issue, as well as tax justice. We need to understand, thinking on a perspective of inequality, that people did not produce. This is another lie. Like, as everyone in humanity would be as responsible for issues and impact on the planet. Is that true? 7 imported cars, 7 private jets produce as much as CO2 as I do, the same footprint as mine. I'm sorry, it's not the case. So we need to address under the inequality the levels of responsibility, so that under the perspective of fighting inequality, address responsibilities. Companies, people that are wealthier have more responsibility in provoking social environmental disasters. And why are the poorer people that get the worst affected? When we think that we don't have a budget for a special department that is today at the Rio Grande do Sul, where the disaster has happened. So if super rich are not paying more tax than they should be, the poor people that are more screwed now because of disaster that was not caused by them, they are also paying the bill for this disaster. And that's what we say at Oxfam. That's what we're saying at Oxfam. Excellent. Well, we started well. Good start. Roberta. There's a fact that illustrates your work, which is challenging, and this is my own interpretation. I'd like you to elaborate on this. To challenge the logic of the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. I'd like you to tell us the story about SDG number 18. We have 17 SDGs. I'd like you to speak about how you speak about SDG 18 and why it's missing for the planet? Well, first of all, I'd like to say that it's not the ministry that is speaking. I think there is the action of organized Black movement international conferences. SDG 18 has been a demand now for some years, not just for the ministry. It's great that now the Brazilian government, the Brazilian state, through this administration, has voluntarily agreed to join the SDG number 18. President Lula in the UN General Assembly made a speech indicating the voluntary adhesion of the Brazilian government to SDG 18. From then on, we are organizing internally at the government to implement the perspective of this SDG 18. Can you explain what SDG 18 is? And what you're supporting and what you're supporting. Not everyone knows what SDG 18 is. It is the Sustainable Development Goal for racial equality, or for equality, and it has in its core the ethical racial equality, and it contributes with the perspective that Vivi mentioned on what is the importance on focusing, putting the inequality problems at the center in Brazil. It's a result of accumulation of colonial violence, which is racial in Brazil. So today, when we start to structure and organize SDG 18, has to do in what we have on the Inter-American Conference on racial inequality and struggle against racism. We understand that the struggle against racism and racial equality promotion is not just a commitment from one sector under one department or ministry, but it is a state commitment. And I'm mentioning the Inter-American Convention because the fact that we are internalizing the convention in 2022 has meant to us progress, and this has a lot to do with environmental racism, about understanding that we're not talking about discrimination based on practical action, racial discrimination between groups or people. We're talking about a structure that through omission promotes maintaining violence that historically have organized the power relations in Brazil. To wrap up, I'd like to mention today we opened the newspaper and Brazil has been lifted to the 8th position as in terms of the size of its economy. When you speak about wealth accumulation, we need to look into the development and how it is not proportional to the accumulation of inequalities. And finally, we need to bring a perspective such as Vivi has mentioned, the colonial structures on environmental issues. We need to advance in commitments such as the SDG 18, but it doesn't stop there. It has to go beyond. We need an agenda that covers all sectors. So we have to speak about the development accumulations in Brazil that are not only turned to accumulation of capital for a few in detriment of poverty increase and disasters that are not just environmental in this country. Thank you, Roberta. The SDG 18 topic, I believe it's very interesting because how did the world agree on 17 SDGs and racism? We can talk about SDG 10 against all inequalities, but the idea of a white supremacy is so strong and it leads to so much inequality. It's strange that we don't have a specific SDG for this issue. Well, sort of, I'd say, Cassio. Our political social organization, when we speak about coloniality, we're talking about, I spoke about Brazil, but we can say that from the Great Navigations, we're talking about the labor organization in which race, for the first times, becomes of value, so that you tell what non-paid work is, what groups will be exploited, deeply exploited. I know this is uncomfortable. Well, we'll debate human rights, SDGs, without speaking about race in the world today. But this would not be causing a surprise because that's part of the logic to maintain the structure the way we know it. And when it's about dealing with what actions need to be fostered so that we can speak about a sustainable future for everyone, the debate cannot ignore that when we're dealing with inequalities, racial inequalities in Brazil and elsewhere, we might be speaking about also about the core of the organization of inequalities. We go back to the beginning when we speak about financing. We need to commit in inverting a logic. I mentioned an author that is now in the debate about environmental justice, Malcolm Ferdinand from Martinique. He proposes decolonial ecology. So this author uses an interesting metaphor, which is about the slave ships. And some are in the bottom of the ships in an ecological storm. And we know who they are. I like the metaphor because I think it's a very strong one. Because what's at stake here is not, again, bringing more data and concepts that are pretty well known by most of you. However, what are the actions that we're going to implement that are really going to change the rules, that are really going to change the game, that keeps inequalities the way they are? There are government actions that are moving towards that process. SDG 18 is signaling this commitment, but we will need to articulate with other stakeholders so everyone is involved in creating new logic as to struggle against inequalities, inviting and using the SDH 18 by pressing partners to also adapt their programs from this perspective. We are going to have a national seminar to deal with SDG 18, but these tools are worthless if we continue to keep the same people away from the debate when it comes to advances in development. Well, excellent. Thank you so much. I know I'm the mediator. I didn't have an urge to participate in the debate. V, you can make comments on Roberta's comments, but I'd like you to deal with a very important element of this panel, which is inequality. Oxfam has provided a service to Brazil and the global society about knowledge about inequality. I'd like you to speak about the data and help us understand this problem and its connection with climate issues whenever you think it's fit. Well, thank you. I will comment on a comment you made initially. It's difficult for us to believe that we have a global development agenda on the 21st century, but still racial issues are left behind. So I'd like to add that this has happened, but not without a struggle. It's always been difficult for Black movements, the absence during these discussions. This has been long discussed, but it's never been prioritized because it's never the right time to discuss a racial issue. Now it's because it's about development. Now it's because it's about the climate. Yesterday, it was about gender. It's never the right time to talk about racial issues. And I need to say that Lumumba, an indigenous African indigenous person, if not now, when is it going to be the right time to talk about the race? It's never the right time. It is a we are only here as Black people because we face our results don't appear at the same rate as we struggle, because there are always those who want to keep the same model of society because they benefit from it. That's why it's important to talk about inequality. When we talk about poverty, it is a conversation that shows perversity, but only one side of it. Well, there is a lot missing here. These people don't have anything. They have nothing to eat. They have nothing to wear. They have no home. That is a conversation. So what happens if I say, well, wow, these people have nothing to eat? The people, the soccer players of the Brazilian team, soccer team, are eating gold meat. If a lot of people are homeless, we have a lot of empty buildings, and we have so many people that are homeless. So one of the problems is also to deal with homeless people. So talking about inequality invites everyone who's part of this ecosystem, but mainly brings to the center the people who were not visible. These are relationship issues. We talk about poverty, but we don't talk about accumulation. We talk about poverty. But what happens? And at the same time that everyone had nothing to eat during the pandemic, at the same time as Brazil is now creating 10 new billionaires. After pandemic, there are 10 new billionaires in Brazil. At the same time, we have seen the increase of homeless people, people that had homes that became so poor that they had no place to live. Black women were the first ones to lose their jobs, the first ones to die of COVID, because we think it is a domestic worker that died of COVID because the bosses went to Europe, got COVID, came back and contaminated the worker. At the same time, there was a case in the Northeast that a lady went to work. She's a domestic worker. She took her kid to school and she had to go somewhere, and then her boss. So when this worker went to walk the dog, Miguel is her son, went upstairs, and the boss said, let the child go out, and the child fell off the window. So this lady left this boy. This boy, a black boy, is not a child. So this is a case that really shows inequality. A white woman who's the boss of a domestic worker, somebody working during the pandemic, the person brings the boy to play with the other kid. The lady went to walk the dog, and then she doesn't manage to look after the black boy, and then goes back with the dog, but her boy alone. And then the white woman leaves this black boy who's not a child alone in the lift, and then the boy goes out and falls off a window from the 18th floor or something. So when we speak about the impact of racism that kills this black boy, but not to ask how you white people deal with your domestic workers, it's just part of the conversation. At the same time, we speak about blackness, we need to talk about whiteness. White is the color of your skin. Whiteness is when you use the color of your skin as a privilege to be superior to other people. And inequality does this. It tells us to deal with responsibility to everyone and leave the perspective of a rescue perspective, thinking that the people that are victims of violence are here for them. And then I think of solutions that are not solutions because it did not involve the people who are responsible for building the process of inequality. So when you think of a decolonial perspective, we think that the first thing that's going to start is modernity. When the invaders come here, they get here and they look at the people and say, what is this? Is this an animal? It's not like me. Is this people? Establishing that these are not people. And why am I saying this? Because it is at that moment in time when America was invaded that we are going to have racial issues dominating labor. The work that has to be done by people who are not people like me. So this is colonization. But to understand the colonial perspective is to understand that colonization is finished. Oh, nobody's occupying Brazil, but coloniality is still here because it is a world perspective. And then I can say, although I need money, that colonialism is also expressed in philanthropy actions. And when we talk about inequality, we invite people to think about whiteness, to think about wealth, taxes, domestic workers, labor market is an invitation to think, is the institution reproducing a colonial logic? That is the issue.
Pergunta, né? Será que as nossas organizações estão reproduzindo uma lógica?
And another question. So it's a question. Are our organizations reproducing the colonial rationale? So I think that it's worth thinking about the composition of our organizations and who makes the decisions in our organizations, how people are treated in our organizations. This subject is not an abstraction. It doesn't happen to other people only. It also happens to us. We're also part of the system. I believe I have to wrap up. Yeah, we have a little bit more time. Okay, I know. All right. So I'd like to hear your opinion. Based on your positions at the ministry and also Oxfam, I'd like to hear what's your perspective about adhering to climate issues and this connection with environmental racism and climate justice among decision makers that are part of multilateral forums. Is this a subject that's been seducing decision makers? The Brazilian government is committed, but is it able to convince other stakeholders? Is that too far away from being at the center of the agenda? I'd like to hear a take. Since Brazil will be hosting the G20 and chairing the G20, is chairing the G20. So can we be more optimistic or should we be more realistic?
Você sabe a resposta? Não, não sei.
You know the answer? I don't know the answer. Well, yeah, we could start from there, but in the beginning of my presentation or my speech, I talked about our perspective, our interpretation during the process that led to COP28 last year, where we were present, and the subject facing inequalities based on the idea that we can't overcome racism in Brazil. This is not a challenge only to organizations. It's an epistemological turn of events that should occur. There are signs, there are movements that contribute to us moving to a different situation that hasn't happened yet, though. And I can talk about it from a broader perspective because subjects that I mentioned, which are key to us at the Ministry of Social Equality and to the agenda of climate change. And I want to talk about two specific aspects, such as advocating for access to land and guaranteeing the safety of human rights activists. These are not agendas that are among the top priorities when it comes to facing climate change and social justice, environmental justice, because of course one cannot consider environmental justice without fighting environmental racism, which equals overcoming social and racial inequalities in Brazil. we're saying that promoting broad rights for the Black population contributes also to mitigating these issues. So I say this to say that our challenge is still huge, and I refer to it as our challenge because it is important for other players to also take responsibility for the discussion. When I made the connection between environmental racism and environmental justice, I want to go back to an episode from the beginning of this year where after the tragedies that occurred in January of this year in Rio de Janeiro, after torrential rains, a minister said that we were looking at a case of environmental racism, and she was attacked on social media. Viviane explained this concept, but we all know that no one was talking about the forces of nature disproportionately impacting people from a certain race, but rather about the political role and how it relates to how these tragedies unfold in these people's lives. So the reason I mentioned this is because this fact is connected to the importance of us saying that we need to dispute these, we need to challenge these concepts, this glossary of terms related to the climate agenda around the world. And this challenging of the concepts does not necessarily change reality, but not doing it means that we will fail to address problems properly when we have to address them. And in conclusion, talking about what I believe is a collective challenge, we need all of you to challenge, and I always challenge myself when I read reports such as the IPCC report about how we can produce diagnoses without mentioning social inequalities, and how to produce recommendations without addressing how important it is to eliminate these inequalities. So each one of us, I believe, takes a seat in these discussions, but other people will be sitting comfortably behind their notebooks, discussing these things, while at the same time, other people will be sitting in their absolutely destroyed homes after a tragedy or a flood. Thanks, Roberta. So we've been asked to wrap up. I'd like to hear your perspective about the international negotiations, but I'd also like to ask you to say a few final words. You have a deep knowledge about philanthropy, so maybe you could talk about what role philanthropy could have in these spaces in terms of promoting new ideas and challenging concepts. And of course, considering that there are people that need it the most, I believe that when it comes to climate, we have to think that these are aspects that affect us all as humankind. The global south, of course, is not affected equally, of course, and this has been discussed especially by the countries from the global south. that have been highlighting this correlation between inequality, poverty, and gender issues, especially if you consider, and this is one of our agendas at Oxfam, if you think that we need the energy transition to be fair, we need to think about, when we think about funding, we should not only consider emergency issues, but we should also think about how much of it is allocated to public policies at the municipal level. Because if we do not work at the municipal level, we won't be doing adaptation, which is to say that these people will be receiving these solutions belatedly. So, considering all of these aspects from a perspective of an emergency is great. Okay, we have to find solutions, but we should also consider it from the perspective of adaptation. If you think about this distortion that where those that produce knowledge also dictate the agenda, of course, we have a huge capacity to produce knowledge about the climate issue in the global north. But why? What gives us a better capacity to produce data in the global north? If you think about it, it's yet another effect of inequality. In the last few years, in Brazil, we had a scarcity of data, and without data, there is no public policy. There's no fighting inequalities because you cannot measure things and you tend to produce the same responses. So we could think about the possibility of funding more exchanges between the global south to produce more data, because with data, you're able to produce movements and actions and decisions. Another area that's not sufficiently occupied or discussed is about the protagonism of the affected populations, and this is tacit. The affected populations should be given protagonism, and we should see them not only as people that need to be saved, but as people that can also produce part of this response. And this requires investment to make this discussion big. And if you think about programs that can be led by collectives and the youth, and also if you think about how the territories are comprised and programs that can give associations and collectives the capacity to shape this agenda, we should understand these collective groups as being capable of building solutions, because if we don't do that, to a certain extent, we had the approval of the bill, and we celebrated that this morning, but if there is no social control, how can we have a budget? If the population is not able to do social control, we're going to have a bill, but no budget or implementation. It's social control that guarantees that public policies are going to be fully implemented. So that needs to be something that we focus on every day. And we should think about actions that can and should be incorporated by popular collective groups. If we are not in the room, our own issues will not be addressed. So if we don't make an investment to allow the ghettos of the cities to be part of the discussion, they'll never have a response. We have the PIPA initiative. It's the guidebook of ghettos. If you think about what they're doing, the PIPA initiative, they're telling us that there is power in the ghettos. They're saying that people, due to inequality, they have no resources, but they know what the solution is. Are we going to fund them or not? That's the question. Thank you. That was great. So we're going to have one last minute for Roberto's final comments. So you have the floor, Roberto.
Feliz que a Viviane tenha mencionado a iniciativa PIPA, que vem atuando para esse debate sobre a democratização.
So the PIPA initiative has been working on democratizing resources, as you said, the data that they produce related to how the organizations that occur in the favelas, the slums, and the ghettos, most of them are comprised by Black and brown people that are leading the processes and projects. 75% work for Black people, and almost half of these organizations spend each year with less than 5,000 reais. So we're talking about how the system works and how we don't have Black people in these decision-making forums, but those that are acting at the basis, they're also unable to get access to adequate funding to promote their actions. I also want to mention, going back to this episode of the torrential rains of January, which is almost a recurring event, Ministry of Social Equality was there. We made a visit. We also visited the administrators, talking about the actions required, and also some organizations. And there was one organization that stood out for me because the number of people that they were assisting and the responses they were giving during the tragedy, it was huge, even though they had very little resources, which was amazing. And those were the organizations that were able to provide quick answers to immediately help people and food baskets, clothing, emergency assistance. And when we talk about these organizations, and that's something that we always say, but we say that the favelas, the ghettos, have the answer to their issues. We know that, but they're not listened to. So, talking about giving people access to resources is the same as talking about the reorganization of our future based on a deep commitment to the transformation of society and reduction of inequalities. Without that, we'll certainly keep on repeating once again the same thing that you know very well, and we'll keep on talking about stories that are not new in Brazil. It has existed for over 500 years. Thank you so much, Vivi, Roberta. I just want to highlight one thing, which is the climate crisis does not affect us equally. Thank you. So now we're going to have a 5-minute break. Catherine, am I right? So we're going to have this 10-minute break, and we're going to set up the last panel of the
session of the forum, and we will go into a deeper conversation on inequalities and the SDGs, and we will actually try to start answering some of the questions that were asked in a previous panel around wealth allocation, but also around health. So it's going to be a very interesting conversation. And you'll even see a little bit more of me now because I am going to moderate this session on top. So I'm very happy that we are joined today by an extremely interesting and diverse panel, and I need to put on my headset in a second, who are joining us for this final session. 2 of them are in the room and 2 are joining us online. And so the title of this session is The Dimensions of Climate Inequalities and the Role of Philanthropy in Wealth Democratization. And so the objective is really to look at the different inequalities that are combined with the climate inequality, and looking again, as we mentioned earlier, around the social, the ecological, economical, and political spheres that come with this question around inequality. We have 4 people on this panel, and we're going to look at how within the G20 framework we can overcome global challenges and address social political implications. And so we'll have a little bit of a focus on health and the empowerment of civil society organizations, and looking also at international taxation questions and diplomatic negotiations between the states. We have 2 gentlemen in the room with us today, and I will ask them to please join me on stage. First up is Dr. Emanuele Capobianco. He's the Director of Health and Care. He was the Director of Health and Care at the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent, and is now the Chief Strategy Impact Officer of the WHO Foundation. Please say hi. Thank you. Second person on stage, no relation, is Giovanni Harvey. He is the Executive Director of the Baobab Fund for Racial Equity, and has 30 years of experience in executive roles in the private sector, third sector, and public administration. Welcome, Giovanni. Oh, wow, look at you. And then joining us online, we have a fellow Austrian. We have Marlene Engelhorn with us on my right, your left. Marlene lives and works in Vienna, and she is the initiator of the Tax Me Now initiative. She's inherited family wealth, which she's now giving away, and she will tell her story to us in a second. So I'm very happy to have one more Austrian on stage today with me. And then welcome, Marlene. And then last but not least, we have Pedro Abromavai, and Pedro is the Vice President of Programs at the Open Society Foundation. He's a lawyer with a graduate in law of University of Sao Paulo and a master's degree from the University of Brasilia. And he's been a legal advisor for the Brazilian government and special advisor to the Minister of Justice, and a whole long list of other advisory roles that I'm not going to read out now, but he's really, really well established in his career. And please welcome Pedro to the stage as well. We are going to do, for this final session, we will be using Mentimeter, so please have your phones ready. But before we go into audience engagement, I have one question that I would like to ask all of our panelists to answer in a very short response. And again, put my headset on because I'm looking at Giovanni. Giovanni will be answering in in Portuguese. So my question is, where do you see the main global challenges to inequalities and climate change? And where do you see philanthropy contribute to the solution? So I'll start with Giovanni. Can you get us kicked off with this very easy question?
Obrigado pela pergunta, Catherine. Nós temos desafio, já foi
Thank you so much for the question. We do have a challenge. Wealth concentration, I'm not going to go deep into this because the previous panel has made many considerations about this. But very much based on what I heard today, I have changed my speech a little bit because I didn't want to be repetitive. So I can answer your question with 3 questions. What is philanthropy? What types of philanthropy are there? And to what extent the existing types of philanthropists are ready to face social inequality and the situation that I have learned today of a climate collapse within a hierarchy of complexities and size of the various imbalances that have accumulated through time. I think that we are now going to speak about the role we can take, the capacity to make choices, and prioritize some initiatives in detriment of others. I am going to leave this forum deeply touched with the speeches, specifically about my institution. Our network is here, the GIF is here. What we can do when it comes to philanthropy so that we can be more effective, so that we leave some subterfuges that are used and sometimes are veiled, so that our action can be really effective. Civil society have been giving answers. Secretary Roberta made interesting comments. So the civil society has been signaling ways for decades. It's about recognizing the role that base initiatives have, rather than trying to impose initiatives that the time has shown are outdated and that do not manage to tackle the environmental and social challenges we are faced with in this time.
Thank you. The translation is a little bit slower. Thank you so much. I don't think I've been on a panel before where my question was answered with 3 counter questions in the very first round. So thank you for this. I'll be interested to go into more detail in terms of looking at effectiveness that you mentioned of philanthropy and seeing how we can tackle this directly. Moving to online, because I want to give them a chance to join us. Marlene, do you see a connection between climate inequalities in specific, in this particular circumstance, and the role of philanthropic actors if we widen the space a little bit more beyond actual just simple foundations, but if we include more of a wider spectrum of philanthropy?
Hello, thank you for having me. I really hope the sound works. I don't see you, so I don't know if now blank faces stare back at me.
We can hear you really well, thank you.
Okay, good. The very people who destroy this planet are the ones that are the donors of the foundations, right? And they use their wealth so that they invest it in more destruction of people and planet, and then they use the tiny revenues that is produced through this distraction and through this extraction, and they sprinkle it over crises, and then they want to get a big tap on the shoulder that they did well. So what we see is it's about power, and it's especially about the power of wealthy white people like me with passports from the global north who still believe that just because they are in power, they should also be in charge, when at the same time, people should be equal, and we make them equal through structures, not through philanthropy. And if philanthropy took itself seriously, it would abolish the need for philanthropy and not perpetuate this power imbalance that we have, that is at the heart of all of these intersectionally connected crises, be it racial inequality, gender inequality, climate inequality, you name it. They're connected, and they're usually connected to power. And who holds it? My people, my class. They shouldn't rule because they're not democratically legitimated.
Marlene, I hope you heard the loud applause that you just received for your first comments. Thank you so much. I was just informed that Pedro will have to leave a little bit early, so I will give the floor to him directly. Pedro, where do you see the role of philanthropy when it comes to climate inequalities in particular?
Olá, boa tarde. Eu vou falar em português.
Well, good afternoon. I will be speaking Portuguese. I am speaking from the United States. I will take the opportunity to speak in my mother tongue. I know there are a number of Brazilian people in the audience. So thank you so much for the invitation, for the opportunity to be here. I'd like to apologize. I think the agenda is a little delayed, so I need to get to leave before 5 o'clock here, 6 o'clock down there where you are. Let's see if we manage. So I'd like to start by agreeing, surprisingly, with what Marlene just said, in the sense that the first thing about the role of philanthropy is the role that philanthropy cannot have, which is to define the ways how the inequality is going to be combated under the climate crisis that we're faced with. These have to be defined democratically by states, by democracies, by peoples of various parts of the world. I think that's the first thing to think about. For a long time, global philanthropy has believed that it was possible to build an agreement in multilateral spaces where the global elite, under great rules, to make small adjustments on the way capitalism works and face some of the crises that we are faced with. This has proven to be impossible, and I believe, well, the agreement would have something to do with an investment, especially from the private sector, to solve crises such as the climate crisis, for example. So the first thing we need to understand is that the situation we see today after COVID-19, after structural changes in China, and obviously the challenges brought by the climate crisis, there is no large-scale solution for the large problems of the world outside the state. The state is going to be where transformation of society is going to happen. While obviously there are issues and challenges because state is also captured by power, authoritarian forces. However, the state is the only possible way of democracy and social participation and people participation in to tackle with distributive conflicts. What we see is losers, winners, and this has to be dealt with by the state.
If the state is to solve this problem, what's the role of philanthropy? The first role of philanthropy is to understand that it won't solve the problem. The second is to understand that philanthropy will change the dynamics of power. It has the capacity to do that. It can change the dynamics of power in favor of the status quo or change them towards transformation. And that involves supporting groups that have no voice and no access to decision-making processes and cannot have an influence on the state, so that these conflicts move up in terms of the level at which the decisions are made. So the biggest role of philanthropy is not one of imagining that it will be able to establish a peaceful consultation at a global level between the private sector. And oftentimes we hear that there's a lot of capital in the world. It just has to be allocated to deal with the climate crisis. But that's not the case. It needs to be allocated to the peoples and to those that have legitimacy to face the crisis and that will be able to give it scale. This crisis will not gain scale with small projects and small ideas. The climate collapse that we're currently experiencing needs to be faced at a much greater scale that only the state can achieve. So the first thing that philanthropy has to do is to recognize this role in terms of whether we want to, if we want to interfere in this situation, philanthropy needs to understand that its most important role is to give a voice to those that are the most impacted, to those that are excluded, the racial, ethnical, economic minorities. And by minorities, I mean that they have less access to power. They are majorities from a population standpoint, but they're minorities from a political perspective. So the biggest role of philanthropy is to give them political power so that the climate transition occurs from that perspective.
Thank you, Pedro. And now over to Emanuele to give a bit of more a health perspective when it comes to climate and injustices, and again, also how foundations like the WHO Foundation could take a role in that.
Thank you. And two words in Português, só para agradecer o convite e para parabenizar os organizadores.
Just want to thank you for the invitation and congratulate the previous panelists for a magnificent discussion full of energy. I really enjoyed it. So I'll switch to English.
Doctor, I've been working in many countries, and what I've experienced is how inequitable access to health is all over the world. Despite progress in the past decades, the under 5 mortality in regions like Africa is 10 times more than the mortality in countries with higher income. If we look at the differences between rural societies and urban societies in access to basic services like water and sanitation, rural areas and people living in rural areas have 20 to 30% less access to that. If we look at the indicators, health indicators in indigenous population, be them in Canada, be them in Australia, and I believe also in Brazil, the difference is enormous. These inequities are the results, as was mentioned in the previous panel, of systems of oppression, colonial systems that have been in extractive systems have been in place for centuries. What climate change is going to do is further augmenting the inequities that exist. And I think Cassio mentioned earlier, a crisi climatica non affeita in modo uguale. And there is no better place than health to see the impact of the inequities and the climate change on that. We saw yesterday a discussion on pollution and how cities in the south are experiencing much more consequences than cities in the global north. And we have seen a lot of data in this sense. What is the response? To me, we have an opportunity to enter the climate response with a very strong equity lens that can try to readdress some of these inequities. And yesterday, one of the panelists, I think, was the negotiator, Brazil negotiator to COP. She said, oh, a few years ago, we could only talk about mitigation. We couldn't really go into adaptation because that was just, we couldn't go there. Right now, we are still talking mitigation and adaptation. I think we need to look also at response. There are a lot of emergencies. Rio Grande do Sul in this country, but we are having enormous emergencies that require financial support because people are dying. People are losing their homes. People are having tremendous effect on their social well-being, on the mental well-being, on the physical well-being. So there are three dimensions in which I see philanthropies coming in. One is at the level of response. Financing intervention that can actually support those populations that are mostly population with high vulnerability that are hit by climate change events. Second, investing in adaptation, and there is a lot of work that needs to be done in securing facilities, health facilities all over the world, but particularly in countries where there is low access to health facilities that can withstand effects of severe events. Investing still on the adaptation on the human workforce, the imbalance between the doctors and nurses and health personnel in high-income countries or low-income countries is enormous, and it's an area where there needs to be investment. And then there is all the work around mitigation, knowing that the health sector produces 5%, contributes to 5% of the carbon emissions worldwide. It's a big sector, an important sector, moves 10% of the GDP worldwide. Investing on that is super important. And it is political, and it can only happen through collaboration with governments, as was mentioned by Pedro. It needs investment that can be, in some cases in the response, are really providing funds at the community level, providing support for people that are responding and really empowering communities out there on the response. When it comes to adaptation and mitigation, I think there are structural interventions that can be done when the role of philanthropies is catalytic. Is not for the philanthropies to take over the role of government. It can be catalytic. There is more risks that philanthropies can take to bring new solutions to the forefront.
Thank you. I'm trying to take notes of where we are in agreement, and I think we are very much in agreement, so I'm trying to find what comes up most. And I'm hearing the power question. Who is in charge? Who defines solutions? Who defines the problems? Who defines where we are going with any kind of support, be it financial, be it capacity, be it wise, be it responsive? The question of democratization, where can we guarantee or at least help ensure that whatever we do is a democratic way of solutions, and the really strong need for strong and democratic states to take charge of the larger issues. I'm also combining Giovanni's input on more efficient philanthropic solutions with Emanuele's catalytic question, so using the levers that we have. So I want to go give the chance to Giovanni to go a little bit more into detail of what you do at the Baobab Fund and where you are working in an efficient or catalytic way that really helps civil society organizations take charge where problems are most effective.
Muito na linha da minha primeira intervenção, quando eu faço as três.
That's very much in line of my first intervention when I asked the three questions. What is philanthropy? What are the philanthropy types? And to what extent each type of philanthropy is willing to go? I want to pick up on what you said without the intention of course, of presenting the Baobab Fund as the only reference in this type of practice, but we were born from the joint efforts of 192 basic institutions from the Black social movement in Brazil. So, Baobab's structure is intrinsically associated with to the commitment of being based on the demands of society and not based on a bureaucratic perspective that intends to tell society where to go. It's quite the opposite. What experience shows us is that this type of action intends to deviate us from social activism. So based on this model, whereby Baobab is an institution created based on social movements, we have established a listening process where we listen to these movements without losing sight of our critical senses. Of course, at Baobab, we specialize in the fight against the racism. So, as I said again, without losing sight of our critical or our criticality, we want to be an institution where the priorities in anti-racism, they're analyzed and decided upon by Black people, which in and of itself exposes a contradiction, which is not restricted to the racial aspects, but it is the fact that very hardly ever will people that do not have the legitimacy to analyze certain issues will have the conditions to make the best decisions. And I'm saying that from the perspective of somebody that has been a Black activist for a long time. Castro said that Roberta is the youngest executive secretary of our country. I'm probably one of the oldest because I was also an executive secretary. So probably myself and Marco Teodoro are the oldest executive secretaries of this country. And we're from a generation, and I've been an activist for 45 years. Sometimes people ask me, aren't you afraid of being canceled? No, I'm not afraid of being canceled because, we've always been canceled as a social movement. We've been canceled we're being canceled for 50 years. We wouldn't have reached this racial equity. We wouldn't be working with racial equity in Brazil if we were afraid to be canceled, even though it was not called cancellation back then. It was invisibility or repression or being murdered. So I've escaped from being murdered. So being canceled is nothing, right? So our experience, and it's an experience that places responsibility on us. We have a council member called Edson Cardoso. He uses to say that our investment decisions be recorded and that these recordings be stored so that 30 or 40 years from now, the Black movements and Black people can listen to these recordings and assess whether our decisions were right or wrong. If our decisions we are making today were the best decisions. And going back to the original question, I want to say that if we had relied on the agreement of white people in Brazil, we wouldn't have gotten where we are. So I believe that this progress, not only of the racial issue and of any other issue, assumes that you have to build a minimum level of legitimacy by the decision makers, whether we're talking about philanthropy or public power. And Pedro was very fortunate when he said we had this institutional emptiness, multilateral emptiness in the world, and we have public policies which are mistaken. Conceptually speaking, the so-called universal policies are not universal, and their mistakes are they're they try to solve them through the smaller policies, but actually we have a crisis of comprehension. And going back to your question, what are the types of philanthropy, and to what extent are these types of philanthropy willing to go? Considering Marlene's beautiful speech, this intrinsic contradiction that the biggest philanthropes are the biggest destroyers.
Thank you, Giovanni. So I want to add to the definitions of how philanthropy should be acting, audaciousness and courage, and going in it without a fear. So I like that, and I also I think that's a wonderful idea from your partner to have these recordings so that we can learn from history, because not only in the anti-racism movement, but also in the gender movement, we keep on repeating in the feminist movement things that should have been solved already in the 1950s and 60s, and we're going back to it again and pretending like it's something new. So I like that idea, and it's really would be very useful to learn from decisions that have been made in the past and how effective they have been. I'm looking at the time, Pedro. You have 13 more minutes with us, so I hope Marlene will forgive me for skipping her for now and give Pedro one more. Thank you, Marlene, you're awesome. To give one more question to Pedro, because then we can, I really want to get to him before we lose him. So I have a question here. The question is regarding an Oxfam report that had a question in its title. It's called Survival of the Richest, Why We Must Tax the Super Rich Now to Fight Inequality. And so I hope that after your intervention, Pedro Marlene can jump right in. So how would you say, when you look at the consequences of how extreme wealth is concentrated on certain areas and how climate change is worsened through this, how do you see philanthropy being able to address this, keeping in mind what Marlene already said and Giovanni just returned, like saying, okay, they're causing it, and now I like Marlene's word of sprinkling philanthropy on top of a big pile of garbage. So, Pedro, where would you say we could be a bit more real about philanthropy's role in this?
Claro. Não, eu tenho mais 45 minutos aqui, então...
Sure, I have another 45 minutes, so I do have more time, don't worry. So, I believe that international taxation or taxing big wealth, which is something that Brazil has been approaching as one of the central aspects of Brazil's chairing G20, and that Open Society has been working with the government to support this agenda of a global taxation of the super wealthy. This is absolutely central, not only because of what Marlene and Giovanni already said, but also because of the other things that we already mentioned in my previous speech. If you consider that transformation will be made by the state will only be able to really face the problem if it has the required resources for that. So the first thing is resources will not come only through credit and by increasing the state's indebtedness, which is one big discussion today in the climate issue. A big part of the so-called international consensus about how to face climate crisis is one of increasing private credit to government and to governments for projects, adaptation, and etc. So increasing credit and increasing indebtedness and moving forward with the cycle of indebtedness by the states to face climate crisis does not seem to be a solution. It hasn't been working for several other challenges, and it will not lead to any decrease. It's important, of course, to have access to private credit, but it's through the increase in tax collection that will be able to face that. Another important aspect, as I was saying, is that we're now seeing an abandonment of neoliberalism as a global consensus, or a consensus among those that have a voice, at least. But what will come after neoliberalism is what's at stake now. And if there's the extreme right that clearly, in several places of the world, was promoting itself as a so-called alternative, and there's this discourse of liberalism and xenophobic discourse. But when it comes to the state's capacities, most of the extreme right administrators want to decrease, or they believe in the trickle-down economics. They want to cut back on the taxes for the richest and believe that that will lead to benefits to all, when we actually know that this is only the state capturing and cutting back on the rights to those that need them based on an idea of cultural agenda. So now, the thing is, what's the other version of post-liberalism? Is there one? It should be a fair taxation agenda that should impose more taxation on the super wealthy, and a state acting on a policy that's based on climate transition and income distribution and job generation. And that will occur through increasing the state capacity, and that can only be done through a reform whereby you're going to increase the taxation of the wealthiest and transfer that to the state. And that's where philanthropy comes in. Because, for one, if philanthropy is not, if they do not join the debate, they're accepting that the money of these billionaires can be allocated only based on private rationales. And it can't be like that. The rationale that defines that has to be a public rationale, and that has to be done through the state, through taxes, through income distribution, through politics and democracy. And we have the mission to jointly define what this post-neoliberalism agenda is, that understands that the state will be front and center in the transformations, that it's not free trade, and it's not the market defining it that will help us face such a sheer challenge like climate change. But the solution presented by the extreme right that's been seducing so many people around the world is not a solution that will help us face these challenges. It will be a new solution that will come from new voices, and philanthropy, if it can use the private resources to transform this debate and to build this post-neoliberalism where state is placed at the center, I think that will be a much bigger contribution than any specific project that we've seen so far. And that's why alliances with governments, such as supporting Brazil at the G20, I think they're more than welcome if we want to have the global discussion that's not captured by private interests.
Thank you, Pedro. There's a lot of points here that that make a lot of sense. And I mean, I think most of us in this room here would agree that the neoliberalism had brought us into this mess. So I think we need to find a better solution to get out of it. And I think this is really putting into Marlene's, perfectly segue to Marlene's commentary here, the whole role of how philanthropy have to support the question of taxation, to show that they are behind this and that they understand that solutions have to have a democratic process. Marlene, the room is full of people from 80%, I would say, from Brazil. So For me, you are a superstar, obviously, as an Austrian, but maybe you could, you could really briefly just share your story so that we understand where you are coming from and how do you understand the origins of wealth and how do you see how we should be really improving the distributional dynamics when it comes to wealth allocation and redistribution?
No, I'm flashing. Hi, sorry. Awkward moment. Thank you for the kind words, though. Just collecting myself. Okay, so I have inherited a multi-million sum. I do this transparency, pardon my swearing, bullshit because I have a family that also touches this wealth and they didn't choose public life, but I did. So I'm doing these very wonky number things, like saying multi-million sum, which means everything and nothing. And so the inherited wealth comes from my grandmother, who inherited from her late husband, who inherited from his father. So really what we see is a dynastic transfer of wealth, which is what happens when wealth is accumulated with a very, very tiny percentage of the population. I would say the richest percent of whatever country you pick or worldwide. And if you don't tax it away again, if you don't get it back into the public hands through taxation, into democratic hands through taxation. So it accumulates, it's transferred. Right now we know every billionaire under 30 is an inherited billionaire. Like it has nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing to do with work. And when I inherited it, that was a catalytic moment because I already was trying to figure out my role as a very wealthy, privileged white person who's going to have like multi-million sums at her disposal and be like, what to do with it, because I can create realities with this. I have no democratic mandate. Nobody will hold me accountable. I don't have to be transparent if I don't want to be. It's all pure like, do I like it? Do I not like it? Which I find horrifying, knowing that I am at the whim of any weird old rich kid. I mean, I could fall on my head and have the wonkiest decisions and create realities for people who are affected by my choices, who get no say in this. And I think we already solved the power problem. If we ask, how do we distribute power? The answer literally is democracy. A vote per person and not a vote per euro or whatever currency you want to pick, dollar, pound. I'm very sorry that I don't know at the top of my head the currency of Brazil, but just fill it in and note that this is a white kid from the global north talking. So what I wanted to do, so sorry, I'm trying to be brief, but I'm still flushing. What I wanted to do with this wealth is I wanted to be taxed and my government wouldn't listen to me, which is weird for a rich kid to not get from the government what it wants. So I was like, what? I want a tax and you say no, I'm not used to that. All this wealth for nothing. And so in order to get the people who are affected by the decisions to the table, I was super interested in civic assemblies, the Irish civic assemblies that work quite well because they're very well linked into the executive sphere. Also the climate civic assembly in Austria that worked tremendously well. And then government just were like, interesting, put it in a drawer, close the drawer, never look at it again. Because there was no executive power attached to it. So also knowing that there is a need for power transfer if you want civic assemblies to actually work well. And I thought maybe I can do that. Maybe I can get the closest as possible to being taxed, which is a democratic, transparent, accountable, participatory, inclusive way of using wealth according to the interests and needs of a very diverse, super complex people who are the sovereign, right? So I asked the Foresight Institute, is it possible to have a civic assembly? Like, I can pay for this, and then they get my money, and they can distribute it? And they were like, wait, what? Okay, and they did it. And so basically that's what's happening. 50 people out of 10,000 addresses, right? We asked 10,000 people if they wanted to participate. 1,424 wrote back and were like, hell yeah, I want to participate. Usually you get between 300 and 700. So we were super proud. And then the Foresight Institute distilled a number of 50 people that are representative of Austrian population. They deviate only by 1.8% of Austrian population. So they're very, very close to being super, super representative. They discuss wealth distribution, what inequality means on a social, political, economic scale, and what to do. And I give them 25 million out of my inheritance, which is the largest possible chunk that I can give. And they can use that and distribute it according to their analysis. I use 3 more millions, so all in all, it's 28 package, to facilitate all of it, because this is very expensive to do it really well. You have to pay because this is work, and there is no way you can't pay people for work. You have to pay for interpretation, because I didn't choose people who were Austrian citizens. I chose people who are Austrian society, who live here, who work here, who pay taxes, and get excluded by Austrian government from participation, just because they don't have the passport, which I think is ridiculous. So if you're 16 and you live in Austria, you could have been part of this. It's a very diverse group. So interpretation. And make sure that you are inclusive, because some people just need to make sure that it's barrier free. I don't know if this translates well. And this needs to be set up well. So a large budget to make sure that we accommodate everybody and really bring down these thresholds. They're bringing the decisions are closing this Sunday. They will distribute this wealth. They go as close as possible to showing that if wealth comes from rich people like me, this means taxing. And it goes into population, this means democracy. What we will get, I bet, is going to be much better than anything I could ever have come up with, ever in my life, because I am just one white rich kid, right? How clever can I be, really? Next to 50 people with this diversity of life experience, this multi-perspective on this problem. I can never come close to that. So I owe all my gratefulness and gratitude, sorry, that's a noun, gratitude and my respect to the people who did this work and who are going to present it this Sunday. And I took myself out of the whole thing. There's a team who does it, organization-wise, facilitation-wise. I'm just a spectator. I wanted to let go of the power as much as possible because of founder syndrome. I'm very afraid of it. The spirit of this rich kid is going to loom in every room anyway. So I'm trying to take myself out of the equation as much as possible. We'll see how well this works. I don't know. I want that to be critical reflection, but I also want it to be in the face of government to see distribution can be fixed. Taxation is a regular way of doing that. It's a way of using the law. It's what we do all the time. Everybody gets taxed. Only rich people don't get taxed. There is no way we can continue like this, because obviously look where it's going. Wealth remains accumulated at the top because we don't tax it back to where it needs to be. And I hope people find hope in this, because if we do choose participation over this paternalistic idea that rich people will solve things through their investing choices, I think we will find much more solidarity and we will find much more equality, because people are so much closer to that at heart than they are to this wild idea that everybody just fends for themselves and has to be this isolated, weird creature of greed. And so, yeah, I believe in taxes. I think it's the most dry topic you can come up with at a party. But guess what? It got me to Brazil.
Thank you, Marlene. Thank you for sharing your story. And I see a lot of parallels actually to how Giovanni's Baobab Fund works. It's also very bottom-up. It's working with the people who know what's happening on the ground, who know what is needed, and it's a very democratic way of distributing wealth or redistributing wealth. So I see a lot of parallels there in how we could shape philanthropy. Maybe we could start telling some of the bigger philanthropic organizations that this could be an opportunity to try to be more democratic in their decision-making. Trying to find arch to Emanuele now. It's very hard. Help me. Maybe you just want to react to what you've just heard and find an idea how this could affect the health sector in terms of a more democratic way of how health could be distributed or engaged with.
I would say yes, and yes to this approach, Malena, and it's very refreshing and new and really democratizing. And I think going closer to the needs and empowering people for decision is an incredible way of democratizing support and really promoting health intervention. Giovanni talked earlier about the concertação multilateral. And I think bringing multilateral partners together to fight global challenges. And I just came from Geneva, where last week there was the World Health Assembly, which is the annual gathering of 190 plus ministers of health who debate in a very democratic forum about topics that are of great importance. The WHO last week failed to agree on a pandemic agreement, a pandemic accord that would prevent or help us prevent and protect us all for future pandemics. But they the ministers of health gave themselves another year to work on that agreement. What happened last week, though, was an agreement on a resolution about climate and health that brought health and climate on the agenda, on a legal resolution that will influence the way ministers of health will be engaging in climate moving forward. And I think having political leadership will be critical moving forward on the pandemic side and on the climate side. The countries that paid the biggest price during COVID were countries that had very bad political leadership, let's face it. And then the countries that were not able to get the vaccines because these were being hoarded by the wealthiest country. This needs to change. I think on climate and health, there are now opportunities to bring those innovations that I was mentioning earlier, those solutions that this forum is all about, into countries on the response side, on the adaptation side, on the mitigation side, using global frameworks that are now approved and agreed under the leadership of politicians like Lula, who have agreed to push this agenda, who are agreed to support the World Health Organization in its first investment round, the very first replenishment for a UN agency that will be hosted by the government of Brazil in September and October, to mobilize resources that can make the change at the systemic level, at the highest level, in support of those political accords that have been signed. What I hope is that we as the WHO Foundation can mobilize philanthropies and public sector to support, and private sector to support those changes and to bring in those catalytic intervention that can have a massive impact. And that is, I think, going to be possible with the political support that governments need to put behind this. We have certainly President Lula and the Minister of Health in Brazil behind. We need to go much further than that. The problem is global. And I think it would be wonderful to bring on this journey philanthropists from Brazil who wants to really influence the global discourse on climate, notwithstanding the fact that that contribution can leave besides the contribution that is very much local, providing local solution within the territory of Brazil. So for me, this yes and the two approaches.
So both sides of the coin, basically, in working on the solutions. And I was at an event in Paris organized by one of our partner organizations at Wings, and one of an African foundation from Nigeria. She said, you have to be in love with the problem, not in love with the solution. Because if you start falling in love with your solution, you stop seeing the actual issues and you stop being creative and finding new ways of solutions. So I like how you are, of course you have to like the solutions you're working with, but I like how you are now looking at the philanthropic space to help on both ends of the story of like, this is what we have to do every day, and this is how we have to think about more future macroeconomic ideas and thoughts. I want to go back to Pedro just one more time. I know you said you had time, but now I'm fixated on you being gone at any second. If we're looking at democratized decision-making, and I mean, we all know Open Society Foundation is a huge foundation. How do you, in your organization, work on a more democratic way of decision-making? Or what are the procedures that you apply within your organization to make sure that inequalities are addressed in the right way?
Não, essa é uma ótima pergunta e acho que
Well, excellent question. And I think there are a number of ways one can deal with this. I think it's quite impressive what Marlene has presented to manage to do this in a country like Austria. Obviously, the more you escalate, the more complex and costs soar, as Marlene has said. So for us in Open Society, the biggest responsibility and accountability duty we have is with the organizations we support, the organizations that have been building transformation, racial justice movement, gender justice movement, with a relationship of respect, long-term support to these organizations. But obviously, we're always attentive, and what Giovanni mentioned from the Baobab organizations, one of the organizations we support, and we have a positive view on the work that they carry out there, but always very careful in terms of the civil society relationship with philanthropy has to be very careful. So there is no dependency relationship that's created or in a way of capturing. That's why we don't always support the same organizations. We don't create mechanisms in which all the same organizations are deciding, because that hinders the growth of new organizations. We have the global board. For us, it's very important to have a diverse team in 12 offices in Latin America, Africa, Asia, the Middle East, people from locally those places that actually confer decision power to the people in these regions. For us, this is critical. But being careful, we do support some experiences for participated financing, but I think it's very important to also say that the relationship between foundations and philanthropy sometimes may not consider the power imbalance that exists. When you look at each field as simply we're all looking for the same solution and not consider the imbalance in power is very risky. I think that the people that take decisions, that are people that are spread all over the world. Our president is a woman representing, reflecting this idea, but being very careful so that it's not the same groups, the same organizations that receive the money. We try and finance maximum 1/3 of each organization. We know that generating a dependency is very risky also. So there are a number of ways you can actually escape this capturing dependency relationship. We finance, for example, independent journalism all over the world, and we're very clear that the journalism, this type of journalists, can criticize the foundation, the founders of the foundation, the people, the governments we work with. It is very important. And the decision-making process that is spread out is one that respects the independence of these organizations and always seeking to move away from dependency that often become very common between philanthropy and these groups.
Thank you, Pedro. I think we have, I'm going to take Cassio's example. I'm going to go one more question before we close. And I know it's the last session of the conference, so I think people are ready to close. But I would like to, because we heard now, and this is a question to everyone on the panel, maybe you could keep it to 2-minute interventions. If we are thinking the key components of our conversation and a democratization, alleviating inequalities, being more efficient, using philanthropy as a catalytic factor. But then again, all of you mentioned that you have to work with the state and you have to work with larger institutions in the multilateral processes like the G20. Where do you see opportunities for direct advocacy, where you say, this is where we need the voice of philanthropy to come together and advocate with the states, the UN, the World Bank, whoever you have on your list, and say, okay, this is where we have to really make sure that the states understand their role and how philanthropy can supportive and see the solutions that philanthropy already bring. I know this was not a prepared question, so maybe I'll give you 30 seconds to think. And the first one to raise their hand will get the floor first. Okay, Giovanni.
Eu acho interessante essa
Well, I think your question is interesting. That makes me think that the concept of multilateralism has changed. The practice or the nature of institutions has changed. You mentioned institutions to a large extent of financial orchestration that might signal to new ways to multilateralism. We're still stuck with a post-Second World War concept that is not providing the answers to the demands we have. So I started thinking after you spoke, and I have become even more optimistic from what you said, because in fact, multilateralism may not be under the crisis of the size that I calculate. It may be transforming itself, and this new paradigm, maybe we're taking some time to understand and to recognize. I will touch upon what what Pedro said in terms of the role of philanthropy, and then I take the case of Brazil, the ethnical, racial disparities that started way back. Viviana spoke about this in a brilliant way. And this can only be tackled with government policies of reparation. This is a frontier, and we need to bring this into the debate in Brazil. Viviane also mentioned this. Reducing ethnic and racial inequalities can only be reached with very sound reparation policy on the part of the Brazilian state. And then by analogy, you can apply this to other issues. and the role of philanthropy and the type of philanthropy. And then we go back to the first question, the type of philanthropy that may be ready to support with resources to disruptive initiatives. And also agreeing with Pedro, speaking specifically about an indicator that we seek at Baobab, 95% of the institutions that we support receiving our resources for the first time. Less than 5% of these organizations receive a second donation or a second grant. Along these 12 years, we have supported 1,300 initiatives. Over 50% had never received any philanthropy money. So these are indicators that really base our activities. To receive money from philanthropy is receiving from philanthropy, has received from philanthropy in managing a portfolio that will make it impossible for us to turn into a notary office that keep repeating the same causes, the same organizations, without being so close to the social needs that we need to solve.
Thank you. Who would like to take the floor next? I'm just gonna. Emanuele, it's yours now. Yours.
I'm
yeah.
happy to. 3 points. I like to see a lot of advocacy around climate and health and ensuring that philanthropies back in advocacy and financing the agenda of climate and health. Yesterday, when I saw the F20 priorities, the 20 recommendations to the G20, I noticed that the health was not mentioned. Can we change that for next year? That would be a great step forward, because health is central. The climate emergency is a health emergency. So that's one. Second, I'm a practical doctor. I think there are plenty of solutions. Let us not wait for the ideal world. Let's invest on solutions that are available at the grassroots level, supporting communities that are implementing and can really start creating those systems that can save lives. But also, yes, and let's try to invest in those systemic changes that are needed in order to really push mitigation efforts in the health sector, in order to push adaptation initiatives around healthcare facilities, strengthening around human workforce at a global level. Investing in that is very important. Last point, multilateralism has changed, as Giovanni was saying. There are elements of multilateralism that are so important and more important than ever in a world that is shifting towards greater and greater nationalism. I would love to see philanthropy supporting those elements of the multilateral system that are providing added value. In the area of health is the World Health Organization. There will be this investment round in November hosted by the heads of state. I hope philanthropies will be backing that, and the WHO Foundation will be there to facilitate that element if there is interest. So these 3 things, climate and health, focus on solution, and supporting multilateral institutions that can make a difference.
Thank you. That was very succinct. On to the online speakers. You have to give me a show of hands who wants to go next. First one up gets... Yeah, good. Okay, Pedro, it's yours.
Não, eu vou começar porque...
Well, I'll start because I really have to go after my comment. Well, I think the first point is to understand that there is no such a thing as a neutral position in philanthropy. Investments are political positions. First of all, it's very important to recognize, discuss, and understand these policies, which way, to whom, representing whom, or empowering who in the political debate. I think recognizing the political role of philanthropy interventions is very important. We saw this during the pandemic. It seemed that it would be possible to create a consensus around science in terms of technical elements. And then at the end of the day, each decision became political, where racism was there, privileging the global north. So we saw all this. So there is no way we can tackle any challenge, but particularly the climate challenge, without understanding there are political options in struggling against inequality as a result of climate, and so on. If the transformation is going to be made from private interest or public interest, and what it means to talk about state and this political position, understand that there's no possible neutrality given the size of the challenges from then on, where you put the money, understanding the possibility of agreement is going to happen. But we have to understand that having a political position at the end of the day is quite critical.
Thank you so much, Pedro. And with that, I'll let you go. Thank you for being with us. Bye-bye. Final words, Marlene, it's all you. Oh, there she is. Oh, you were gone for a second. Yes, you're back. Great. So, Marlene, you have the final words.
I couldn't agree more. Philanthropy is political, and whoever claims different lies, because you create realities when you move monies, like sums at this scale. And I guess you asked about the voice of philanthropy. So I'm not the voice of philanthropy, I'm the voice of a donor. And I'm also embedded in a foundation that's called Guerilla Foundation. I'm in the funder circle. I truly believe that we need structural change, and that means that the voice of donors, and it's very ironical that I get the last word now, right, needs to shut up. So donors should just acknowledge that they have a very particular position. It's a position of power always. And if they understand that and reflect it, they have to trust the people who are doing the actual work, that they're doing it well. So in practice, that means I demand of other fellow donors that they do their democratic duty and pay their freaking taxes. And if they are not being taxed, to advocate for taxes, because it's the bare minimum of respect. To be transparent about their investments, because investing is power, and these decisions, as I said, create realities. To be held accountable, and not just hide behind, well, it's all legal what I'm doing, even when I'm evading my taxes and I don't have a mandate, so who cares? And to understand that when you fund grassroots groups, and if you trust that, and if you do that on a core funding level, not project stuff, core funding, and you give them a multi-year grant, and you just trust them to do the work that they do best anyway, this is when you get actual change, and you have to donate yourself out of the position of power. And yeah, the voice of the donor needs to become reduced to its actual size. One person, not more, but also not less. And yeah, I guess structural change comes by giving up the structural power you're born into. That is my personal way of doing it. Democracy is my little heart goal, is where I'm going. And thank you so much for listening. And thank you so much for everything you're already doing, because everything you're already doing is already helping. I'm sure it is.
Thank you so much, Marlene. And thank you, everybody, for today, for staying with us. I have to make a very huge apology. I promised Mentimeter and I completely forgot, because we had such a great conversation with everybody here. So next time we'll keep it. But thank you, everybody, and for the panelists, for sharing your stories, for sharing your ideas and thoughts. And that was the end of our conversation around inequalities and SDGs. Thank you for joining us online, Marlene. Thank you in absence to Pedro. And now, for the final conversation, or final part, over to Alice to give us some closing remarks before we close the conference. Thank you.
Obrigada, Catherine. Vou fazer em português.
Thank you, Catherine. I'm going to do this in Portuguese using the benefit of translation. Why are we here? What brought us here? We got here because of the G20 and the fact that Brazil is chairing the G20. That's what justifies us organizing all this, thinking about each one of these participants, each one of these words, these speakers. The fact that Brazil is chairing the G20 is a process. Each chair places certain agendas as priorities. The chair of this year gave priority to certain aspects that bring many conflicts. The subjects that we approach these 2 days: adaptation, climate crisis, the transformation of food systems, of financial system, the inequalities. All of these subjects are a reflex of the conflicts that we're experiencing today, and they cause even more conflicts if we don't deal with them today, now, with all of the resources, with all our voices united. But how do we solve this equation? Or can we solve this equation? No one will be able to solve this alone. None of these conflicts. We need to build bridges. We need to build collaborations. We need to acknowledge that we're part of an ecosystem where each one of us has a role and a way of contributing. When F20 was created, that was a very strong element in it. Building bridges between the North and the South, bridges between the government, civil society, the private sector, philanthropies. It's several bridges that together take us to a very tortuous path of social transformation, which is the reason why we're all here. We all want to change the reality we're in. We all want quality of life for everybody. This is part of the G20 process. It's part of our everyday agendas. It is part of a more macro agenda that requires us to change our way to deal with reality. We have to challenge the status quo. Yesterday, with my opening remarks, I felt a very big sense of responsibility in terms of giving you 3 things during these 2 days: that this meeting should be useful, pleasant, and provocative. Hopefully you're going back home and I've fulfilled my mission. Before I say goodbye, I want to thank the people that made this happen. Many people that were not even here, they're elsewhere. You haven't seen them. I won't be able to mention all of them, but I'd like to mention some of them on behalf of the several organizations: Camilla, Celine, Ricardo, Laura, and Anna. Thank you so much to all of you. I want to thank our funders, the European Climate Foundation, the Villa Foundation, and Climate Works, and I also want to thank Stefano and Klaus that had this genius idea to have an F20 a few years ago. They probably had no idea that we would get so far during the time when Brazil is chairing. But without ideas, actions won't happen. I hope to see you in South Africa next year. Thank you.
Thank you to Alice. She made this happen. And we do have one little parting gift to everybody, but actually it's a thank you to all the people who were involved. And because it sounds very boring if we start reading out 42 different names, we turned it into a song for you. So here's the thank you song. Wait a second, drum roll. Okay, I have to keep on talking because this is not the thank you song. No, everybody get up and start moving. Okay. They're working on it. Okay. Can somebody sing? Yes. Yes, one homework for you, everybody. You will receive a feedback form by email for everybody who registered. Please be so kind and fill it. You get it today. Please be so kind and fill it in because we want to learn, we want to get better, and we know we can get better. So please fill in. And what we would be really interested in is also, one of the questions is, how many new connections did you make here? How many new partnerships did we help create, and how new friendships were forged? And I'm still looking at the technicians. This is very anticlimactic. Is it coming? Oh, I have to keep talking. Do you want to say something? Okay. Can anybody sing? I cannot sing. Somebody want to sing? Anybody last words? Somebody want to take the floor? Klaus, do you want to say some final words? He can, of course, he can.
I can't speak Portuguese, so please take it in English. I am absolutely fascinated, and I'm so happy to be here. I have painful legs, but I thought to come to Brazil, to Rio, to meet with my wonderful friend Alice and all the others, and you are all friends now, I think, and we can do it. We have to do it. We have to be part of the solution. I think that was very clear in these days. And we have much to do. It's not easy and there is urgency. We have to speed on, but we can do it. Let's do it. Thank you so much, and obrigado, obrigado, obrigado. Was ist das für ein Lied?
Wir haben ein Lied geschrieben.
Ihr habt eins gedichtet.
Ja. Okay. Let me try this. Why is it not working? It worked on the laptop.
Matthews, Rachel, Laura, and Lisa, Katrina, Nicole, Jolene, and Stefan, Klaus and Stefan, Celine, Victorian, Paula, Gonzalo, Mario, Laura, Casio, Ricardo, Gabriela, no drama, Giovanna, Anna, Juliana, Clara, Mike, Alexander, Carolina, Gonastaria, Lucas, Stephanie, Erica, Samantha, Casey, Bia, Isabella, Algeria, Stefan, Priscilla, Esme, and Camilla, Victoria, Luciano, the team for the CSF 2024 Real Thriller. Adriano, Marissa, Matthias, Rachel, Laura, and Lisa, Katrina, Nicole, Jolene, and Stefan, Klaus and Stefan, Celine, Victorian, Paula, Gonzalo, Mario, Lara, Casio, Ricardo, Gabriela, no drama, Giovanna, Anna, Juliana, Clara, Mike, Alexander, Carolina, Gonastaria, Lucas, Stephanie, Erica, Samantha, Casey, Bia, Isabel de Algeria, Stefan, Priscilla, Esme, and Camilla, Victoria, Luciano, the team for the CSF 2024 Real Thriller. Lucas, Stephanie, Erica, Samantha, Casey, Bia, Isabel de Algeria. 2024 real